Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Here we are with the minors finals. We get the Ferrymen and the rockhoppers. I'm joined by Zav. How are you doing today, brother?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Dude, I'm stoked. I'm happy to be here. My casting debut, but we're not gonna make this about me. We're gonna make this about the Ferrymen and the rockhoppers. And coming into this matchup, man, being an amateurs, I don't really pay attention to much to the teams above me, but it's not hard to tell that the Ferrymen probably heavily favored coming into this because they haven't even dropped a game this season. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they haven't dropped a game, but there's a lot of big names coming into the set. We see Hunter Big Malls, Strat, It's Really Cyber, known to be a Loki one trick, seeing it banned instantly right away, and Boom have a lot of big names in the game.
Yeah, the Loki getting taken away is definitely a shot taken at Cyber. Um, what else are you wanting to see banned here as far as just the meta goes, or like any picks that you think these guys are looking to target?
I would like to see either team ban Cabrakan, as that god has a lot of versatility. Maybe a Cthulhu ban, a Cleo ban, most definitely from the side of Chaos, because that god just kind of free farms the solo lane, and there's nothing much you can really do to counteract that.
Right. Cleena has been I would argue at the top of the meta for a while now, but so far we've got an Achilles ban as well as an RTO ban. There comes the Kobraken that you mentioned. Uh, so they do seem to be listening in to your advice with the Kobraken coming off the board there. Still waiting for the first pick. I'm eager to see what's actually going to get picked here. It's just the bans seem to be pretty standard. I do expect to see that cleanup ban come out, or at least I hope so.
Yep.
But
The Kalina is still through. Gilgamesh is still open. There's a couple of gods right now that I can think of that are
there's
just really prominent in the meta right now.
mhm. There's a lot left on the table here. Only one band left with a Bastet going out. There's the cleanup. All right, so now we're getting into the nitty gritty with the Gilgamesh top pick. One of the guys you mentioned that had not yet to be banned. We got a Gilgamesh coming through. How do you feel about this as a first pick?
The Gilgamesh's first pick, I feel, is great. It's just that god does so much in the jungle role. There's nothing much that stops him. Probably besides Erlang Shen's the only real competition that can stop him in that early game dominance. As you do see a little bit of a troll bucket syrup pick coming out from Boomhev, switching over to the Artemis now.
Yeah, it's being hovered, all of these weird gods finally locking down the Medusa. I like to see that Medusa at the top of the meta as far as ADCs go.
Look
Um,
into my
I would say
eyes.
probably like one of, if not the highest prioritized ADCs at the moment, as well as the Persephone. So the backliners are getting locked down now. They're definitely prioritizing their backliners and not gonna no other better gods to
None
prioritize
will
for
flee
your
my
backline with
grasp.
Medusa Persephone. That's a great combo to have.
Yep, this is a pretty strong backline to choose at the beginning of your draft. Medusa has early duo pressure, and Persephone's wave 1 pressure is almost uncontested by most of the meta mid laners right now in the game.
Hmm.
Probably only getting beating out by Zeus right now. Choosing your backline first is kind of sketch because now the other team can just pick a front line that just abuses that backline. Like we could see a Cthulhu pickup or like anybody else that just really just wants to sit on top of Persephone and not allow her to get the max potential from her ult.
Right, you make a good point there. It is pretty dangerous. It's a you're walking a fine line there when you talk about trusting your backline to stay alive and pretty much just peeling for themselves and hoping that you get a good support appeal
I will leave
for your
standing no
backline.
barrier to
As we
our
see
success.
Ganesh and
I
Tiamat
should have created a
get
world
locked
that
in
you did
here.
not exist in.
The Tiamat, Tiamat's one of those guys that like you said, Persephone's almost unmatched as far as the very early um, wave one, wave clear, and everything like that. And then the Tiamat's going to take a little
Greetings,
while to get
friend.
online. She's definitely not going to be looking to fight early on into a Persephone for sure.
Yeah. So the Ganesh pick is probably just a god that what's his name? Zombie Crusher is very comfortable on, and the Tiamat is more of a I saw with the mid laner pick, so now I'm just gonna pick my god here so we can hold off our solo lane pick and our ADC so we can try to maximize our potential in the draft. The Khepri, I feel like is kind of iffy. They're kind of trying to like counter the other supporty support and the Ganesh. So now both supports are just not really trying to start a fight, but looking to play for the counter engage.
Right, right. We're gonna see a lot of those counter engages, the Kepri saves, the Kepri revives and whatnot. With that in mind, do you? Oh, I was about to mention Achilles. I forgot it was top banned. So execute is kind of out of the window there, unless they wanted to look at the Thanatos. But we have a Caliban coming through for the side of the Ferrymen, as well as Shiva and Hu Yi coming out on the side of the Rockhoppers. Um, but you're right, though. Zombie on the Ganesh does seem to be a pretty big, comfy pick for Zombie, and Ganesh is the top of the meta as far as supports go right now. To see the supporting, like you said, the supporty supports coming out here. We love to see that. The over aggressive supports are really annoying.
Yeah, they are pretty annoying. And if you were to throw that on top of somebody like Medusa or Persephone, that's just a lot of early game pressure, which could probably help get them that obelisk early, which is like a free 175 gold. And that can
Mm,
just help the snowball increase, especially giving that obelisk to one of your supports that just allows them to solo potentially one of your backliners.
right. There's the Cthulhu band, the one that we were worried about, but it comes on the side of the what is it, the ferryman. I was hoping to see the ferryman pick that up, but here we have the Cerberus picked up by the Rockhoppers. How do you feel about this? Definitely gonna be a Cerberus solo. How do you feel about this?
I can already determine what kind of comp they're trying to play for. They're trying to play for a very hard beads pull, beads burn comp. As you
Mm-hmm.
can see from the Cerberus, the Medusa, the Persephone, all of these gods just want to, all right, I'm going to ult you. Now you have to beads or you're going to get punished for it. So now they have three gods that do that well. And the other team, if you look at their front line, they have Ganesh and Gilgamesh, both gods that don't have CC immunity on their ults, which are now
Mm-hmm.
forced into opting for beads. And that throws Ganesh into a spot where he's now down one of the support relics that he wants to get and forces him to get a relic like beads, which he doesn't really want to get, but is now forced to get it.
Right, right. And as we talk about that, here comes a Chiron and a Wukong pick. You got the cleanse on the Chiron plus your knockup immune in the three. So that's going to counter. That's a hard counter to a Cerberus, but you're not going to be really looking to fight into that Cerberus probably till later into the game, anyways. But that is a pretty good pickup for the ADC for the Ferryman, and then the Wukong just a safe, um, very safe solo laner to come out here versus the hard CC rock hoppers that you mentioned.
Yep. So Strat here is looking to just stall the lane, but this might be a double-ended blade because Cerberus I feel does more for his team in the late game than Wukong does. So both of these gods in their lane are just trying to stall each other out, but I feel like Cerberus brings more to his team. The Chiron pickup on the other hand is very good because he can potentially clear everybody on his team out of the Cerberus ult. And he
Mm-hmm.
also never does have to get hit by it because he can dash while he's also winning at the same time.
Yeah, I love the counter on pickup here. Very smart pickup. The cleanse could be really huge here, and then like I already touched on, the knockup immunity in the three could be very big here potentially. And then the final pick coming out for the Rockhoppers will be the Nemesis. Certainly going into the jungle. How are we feeling about these picks here so far? Or not
The
so far.
Nemesis.
We're through it.
Both comps, I'm putting my favor towards the Ferrymen because they have a lot of big circles and a lot of aerial denial coming out from this Ganesh Gilgamesh combination, and their backline just takes so long to kill. Tiamat with her built-in damage mitigation and Chiron with his ultimate ability just takes so long to kill, while Gilgamesh and Wukong can just walk at Persephone and there's not much she has to say, get off me, besides this Kepriot.
Got a great matchup here as far as picks and bans go, and I think I'm going to side with you when you say you're favoring the Ferryman draft. That might be a little bit biased because the Ferryman coming into this, as we touched on already, extremely favored. I would say very, very favored towards the Ferryman being at the top of minors this season. But who doesn't love a good underdog story with the Rockhoppers? But at the end of the day, I'm going to go with the Spirit draft. I like the Spirit draft, but like you said, you already touched on all the good stuff. The Gilgamesh ult is a great team fight. Utility's got good separation. The Tiamat is very hard to dive. The Chiron is very hard to kill. That, like you said, the backline should be very hard to kill. On top of the Ganesh Peel, and there's a lot of potential here for the side of the Ferrymen. The best team in minors, undoubtedly coming in with a strong draft.
Yep. So far, undefeated team. It would be really nice to see this David and Goliath matchup to see if the Rockhoppers can do something about this. They have to prove that they're here and they mean business coming up
Hmm.
against an undefeated team.
Right, they certainly have their work cut out for them. It is a best of five as well. I haven't mentioned that, so um, dropping a game wouldn't be the end of the world here for game one. But of course, best case scenario, you don't drop any games at all. We'll have to see how this plays out. Should be jumping in any moment now, I would think. Unfortunate. I hear that there is no low delay spectate mode. So what is that, like 5 minutes? Unpatient. My patience, man. I'm just so ready to watch some Smite, man. I'm hyped to be here.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the finals. The deep sea finals. All the entire season has accumulated to this moment, and we've already touched. It's basically a David and Goliath matchup, and to compare the Rockhoppers to David, might be something that people hear and think, oh, that's kind of disrespectful, but I look at this Ferryman team, I mean, like top to bottom, like on this roster and how they performed this year. They truly are the Goliath of this division, and any team below them is just like, I don't know. They haven't been able to compete with them. I think the Ferrymen actually too old the Rockhoppers earlier in the season. So, and like we already touched on, have yet to drop a game. So, I think it's a good comparison to David and Goliath, and just ready to hop into this. Final prediction: the Ferryman. Yeah, we're going with
I
the
would like
Ferryman
to
game
say the
one.
Ferrymen are going to take game one just based off of their comp. They might have a hard time in the early game just because the Rockhoppers do have just a better early game comp, as Pierce and Medusa just like radiate pressure. Even though the Kepri kind of counteracts that, the pressure is still there. So we will see how this turns out. The Rockhoppers could easily just snowball their way into a first game victory, which could be very helpful for them in the long run because after if you're an undefeated team and you lose your first game in finals, your mental can be shot pretty quickly down.
Right. Not to mention just the confidence they have to be coming they have to have coming into this game as being a team. The Ferryman, that is, coming in, the confidence they have to have, having not dropped a game yet. If they come into this game one and just get snowballed really hard and drop this game in, say, 23, 24 minutes, that could take a toll on your mental state when you talk about your confidence and um, just the overall toll that it takes on a team. We've yet to see them really, struggle on this set. Obviously, not dropping a game yet. So, I don't know. That's further down the road. We'll have to see if they even drop this game. I'm definitely favoring the Ferryman here, though. Either way, it looks like they're gonna do that start. Interesting. Looking at the starter items, how are you feeling about across the board? What are you looking at
Uh,
here?
Across the board, most of these builds are pretty normal, but the one
Mm-hmm.
thing that I do see is the Craig Afro is opting for the leather towel, which isn't
Mm-hmm.
usually seen in the ADC currently in the meta right now. It's still that Death's Toll just gives a lot of power, a lot of sustain in lane. I feel he's going the leather towel trans build or the leather towel dominance build we saw just a little bit in SBL last week.
Mm-hmm.
But besides that, everything's pretty all right. We do see that the ferrymen are opting for this solo start, while the rockhoppers are opting for the normal start.
Right. This is it's not exactly new. I think it's been around for a little bit now, but it's just been kind of been made popular lately by the SBO. This start that allows the ADC to come in a lane at level 2, and the jungle. What is it? The jungle and the solo run together for basically most of the first wave or two. Yep, here we are. Gilgamesh blinked onto the Cerberus with a nice stun, but Cerberus already too able to jump away.
Yep.
Just early poking out.
that does put Nemesis in a great position now. Now that Gilgamesh doesn't have that pressure to just blink onto somebody and force a relic anymore, he does have to commit his jump later into the game for this first 2 minutes that he doesn't have his blink for.
Right, and not to mention, you touched on it in the picks of bans. Um, the Ganesh does go for the beads. They do opt for the beads, and the Gilgamesh does not. So Gilgamesh has to be very wary, especially now that his blink is already down. You have to imagine that it'll be back up by the time everyone's five. But you're not going to have the CC immunity, any CC immunity at all, until you are at level 12. And unless you're deciding to come over to camp this dual lane and have the cleanse help you out, or have the Chiron rotate early, like the CC immunity is something that you have to keep in the back of your mind that it's just not there. You could be easily picked by as this Gilgamesh right now.
Yep. As I predicted, the map Medusa does have pressure as long as it's Persephone Nemesis, as Nemesis is about a fourth of a level up on this Gilgamesh just because of that failed cringe gank on dual lane. I mean, solo lane didn't go white. Uh, Now they're just up on the map, and let's see if they can snowball that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the rockhoppers definitely have the snowball going in their way. It's a very slight margin, but if there was any margin, there was anything that could have gone right, it was that cheese gank that didn't work out. But the Gilgamesh blink coming out, still down for another 40 seconds. It seems like the Medusa, the rockhoppers are losing a little bit of pressure in duo, but nothing to be too worried about. Medusa still has 3 pots or whatnot. Pretty
Yeah,
standard stuff going on so far. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. This is very different pace from the games I'm used to. It was very slow for first few levels, but nothing uncommon, I guess, for competitive play.
yep. You can tell all these teams know what they want to do already in this game. They know they're not gonna get cheesed really easily. They've all been playing for a while. Like even if you've gotten 2-0'd early in the season, you've had all that time to learn from your mistakes, and that's obviously what the Rockhoppers have learned from. Because last time I remember, they were 2-0 already in this, 2 kills down already in this moment of time.
Hmm. You're speaking on the what is it? The oh, as hold that thought. As the Wukong has servers pretty low here, and he is 5, just getting some nice poke out. I don't think we'll see a kill here as he takes. I think it was 2 tower shots, and pretty unnecessary poke to take there. But I think it was the blue stone that kept the tower aggroed, and Nemesis is looking. Nemesis is lurking around the corner with Blink. Uh,
Yep, as she does step on Strat's ward right there. He is aware of Nemesis being there. Isn't gonna look to solo the Serb just yet. Probably gonna wait for her to walk away a little bit, and then attempt to try to take the kill.
Nothing anything's gonna come of it quite yet, but we did see a pretty good trade out there. The Cerberus nearly dying, but everyone's just gonna hold their horses, and we're gonna continue to farm. Continue to farm, continue to have fun just clearing minions. So much fun to be had doing this. As you predicted, as you mentioned, the Medusa ADC over here with a lot of pressure picking up. They're invading that what would you call it? The lotus flower there. Like you said, the early obelisk pressure coming out now.
Yep.
But it looked like I think was it the ferryman that got the mid camp there to get the 2 lotus crowns off of that. But
Yep, they get the two obelisks off of that, and then they also get oracles. That is a lot of early game vision for the side of the ferryman. Now that they have this vision to cut off any early rotations Nemesis wants to make behind the dual lane is now cut off from that vision, and they also just have just a heaping load of XP advantage over them now.
so we already have the Soul Eater coming out in the Wukong, fully built, as well as the Celestial Legion helm on the Cerberus. Pretty meta items, nothing unusual. I mean, the Soul Eater I wouldn't exactly call meta, but for Wukong, it makes absolute sense. Nothing unusual there. Get everyone just working up to their builds. I mean, just very slow stuff here, man. Like I know how most of these upper division games go. It's pretty slow for the first while. This is unusual for me though, as far as what I experience. Usually is probably about 5 or 6 kills down so far, but everyone just playing slow, everyone holding on to their pants if you would.
Yep.
But
Let's
nothing. Hmm?
It looks like everybody's just trying really to try to play to win. Everybody is on the top of their A game. Nobody is trying to fork over a death that they don't need to right now. Right now,
Right.
both teams taking each other both seriously, as Kepri might get collapsed on here soon.
Right, the Nemesis lurking in the duo lane here. Medusa gonna add pressure. Got on his back under his tower for safety. Doesn't have a lot of ward. I don't think he has any wards out over there, so that was a pretty dangerous spot to be in, but nothing comes of it. And we're just gonna continue to. They're looking for this Kepri here. Kepri out of position. The Nimble coming out into the Ganesha who gets blown up. Very low amount of HP left. The beats coming out for the root. Persephone ult is gonna lock down the Ganesh, but meanwhile Nemesis gets picked off in the back. The Medusa with a big rotation is going to pick up the Gilgamesh Wukong into the ult. The solo lane has now rotated into the mid. I think this trade is going to be finished here. Tiamat is in danger though, half HP. The ult kind of come out. The B is going to save Tiamat. And that is a 1-for-1 trade with the jungle. Basically, most jungles are just died. That's all that happened here, really.
That was a great rotation by Boomhead. Even though they did not get the first blood, he did not lose any farm in duo lane from his rotation. And they also claimed the Tiamat beads, which is pretty good for them. I think the problem in line that Cyber kind of ate too much damage from the Ganesh ult and lost a lot of his prot because he accidentally dashed back onto one of the platforms, which does reduce your prot by a little bit. So he did fall because of that, in my eyes.
Sorry about an awkward freeze there for a second, but we're back. It's just a quick recap of that fight. Just trade jungle for jungle. A lot of the beats coming out in the Ganesh could be a danger here. Like you talked about earlier in the picks and bans, that the bees is pretty necessary on this Ganesh with all the CC that they have on the side of the rockhoppers, and with that being out now, Ganesh has to be a. If he wants to be an aggressive frontline, he's going to do it very safely. But he does have the scepter on his belt, so the aggression could be there. Team at meanwhile gets plucked in the mid by Kepri. Gilgamesh lurking, coming around the mid. Persephone going to come out. Ganesh ult.
Cyber is going to rotate in. Is just sitting there waiting for his time to strike as he does blink onto the Tiamat.
Tiamat still managing to stay alive, but the Gilgamesh ult coming out, the Kepri ult coming out as well to save the Nemesis, but Nemesis isn't. A lot of safety. Meanwhile, Kepri is out of position here. He's going to might get hit. Yes, Kepri will fall. Cerberus will come in. There's a lot of trading going on. Wukong in a lot of danger. Might get into the ult. He does. Barely manages to get into the ult. But when he lands, he's going to be in some trouble. Going to get the knockup onto the Nemesis. Medusa ult not going to connect. And Wukong will live. Meanwhile, it was the Kepri falling. And who was it on the side of the Ferryman that died? It was Tiamat. So it was a mid for support. You take that as the rockhoppers. You absolutely take that, getting the pick on the Tiamat. But as far as what comes of it, I'm not sure that you really get a lot of value out of that. Meanwhile, Chiron's over here just split pushing, getting all the farm that he can, as Kragafo likes to do. Taking his time, letting the Medusa rotate over, and might have lost out on a wave. Yeah, does lose out on a wave there.
Yeah, there's a lot of early rotations coming out, as we've seen both an ADC and a solo lane rotate to mid twice before 10 minutes. That is usually something you don't see very often in Smite comp leagues, but it's
Right.
worked out in both sides' favor equally, and basically both teams are at a stalemate yet again, only having a 600 gold leave on the side of the Ferrymen.
Right. Yeah, like you said, there were two rotations from both the ADC and the solo, both rotating over to the mid lane. We just went full gas pedal mode on the side of the rockhoppers, and I think that touches on the draft that we talked about. They want a snowball that the Persephone, the Medusa, although they do have pretty good late games, there's a lot of potential there to be had as far as getting the snowball going, getting an early game pressure, and maybe picking up some early objectives. And I think that's all those rotations were really meant for. But it doesn't seem to be going that way. The Ferrymen are doing a good job of, like you said, stalemating really, and nothing really coming of those early rotations, I would say.
Yep. Now everybody's just back to farming. Nobody really wants to pull pyro or gold just yet. Everybody wants to farm their second and starting their third items right now, just getting to a stable point. Everybody's trying to really get their second relic, so everybody feels like they're in a safer spot than they are right now. Because right now it is very easy to burn and run on somebody.
Ferrymen posturing up on Gold Fury. Meanwhile, Tiamat a little far up. No follow up here. They're looking for, excuse me, looking for pressure on the Gold Fury. Posturing on it. Doesn't look like they're gonna pick it up though, as Tiamat does back.
We do see an attempted rotation come out from the Cerberus to go to the jungler's backs, but he was stopped by Strider on this Wukong, saying, "Yo, these are my jungler's backs, not yours. I need you to leave." And he said, "All right, I'm gone."
Man, don't you just love when a solo laner does that? Sticking up for your, as a jungle at least, sticking up for your back camps when the solo laner thinks that he's just gonna walk up to these and take them. Not like, listen, dude, these belong to you. You're gonna have to leave. But meanwhile, the Wukong is getting aggressive, walking up to the Cerberus blue as Nemesis looks to secure it. I think the
They
Ferryman
did
did pick
secure
that
it.
up.
They did secure the side of the Blue Fury.
All right, let's see.
Gilgamesh is trying to make a late rotation. Don't think anything will be achieved here. Both teams kind of hovering over this Pyromancer. Nothing much to really do on this right side besides Hunter Big Mall's backs right now, as they are warded by the Cerberus. He did get the ward off before he was forced out by Strat on this Wukong.
There was just so little going on in 6 minutes, and then there's two rotations coming out. Just it seemed like in a matter of seconds, both coming out of the duo in ADC lane, the duo, excuse me, duo and solo lane, both coming into the mid lane. There's just so much fighting going on there. It does speak to the what you talked about, the attempted snowball at least, but nothing really coming of it. You got to imagine as a member of the Rockhoppers that the Ferrymen, just the longer you go into this game, the Ferrymen are going to be favored with a Tiamat, just a great late game on the Tiamat, great late game on the Chiron. Uh, of course, Gilgamesh is always going to be a great a thorn in the side, if you would. And but the Rockhoppers have not really been able to snowball this game the way that you would hope that they wanted to. I would imagine.
Yep. Wukong is being forced to not play like how a Wukong wants. He usually wants to just proxy and then just fly away, but they're not allowing it to happen. They are going to cut him out and find him, picking him, doing his all of his HP, forcing him to beads early.
Wukong gets out by the skin of his teeth, and like you said, the beads are forced out. That's a pretty big relic to have come out on this side of the Rockhoppers, and you got to imagine he's going to be playing a lot safer now. And they're not, like you said, they're not going to allow that proxy farming, if you will, but because of that, they're going to get a pyro. They're going to get basically a free pyro. Gilgamesh maybe not so free. Cerberus with ult coming out, the double ult. The Nemesis is going to be ulted onto the Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is still tracking down the Cerberus. Wukong ults into the back line, excuse me, onto the Cerberus and picks up the kill. And what is this a pause? What is happening here?
Mm. Oh, it appears Boomhave has DDC. Yeah, in that fight, it looked like it was going the way of the Rockhoppers, as you do see, like he gets the double Cerberus ult into the Persephone ult. Uh, I guess the Nemesis ult was just late and they couldn't choose a target. They definitely could have choose the target and then burned them pretty quickly before having to run from the rest of the team. But now it just turns like they got Pyro and then they lost two people on the return.
Right. And the missile came out into the Gilgamesh, and I'm not sure that Gilgamesh was the target there. Like you said, the Cerberus ult into the Persephone ult was a wombo combo, and it worked out pretty well. And it looked like it was going to go the way of the Rockhoppers, but I don't know. The targeting might have been a little bit off there. No one seems to be. I don't know. The Wukong does seem to be appear to be pretty low, but the Wukong, it's just like, what's the point in even targeting him unless you're gonna one shot him? It wasn't ever it was never a focused target under the Wukong. I'm not sure how this pause went off though. Like it seemed like they were just fighting. It's a very awkward
Yeah.
time. It's very
Yeah.
awkward.
I'd like to see the Ferrymen just either reset and go gold or just walk to gold right now, as Ganesh and Gilgamesh are in a pretty safe spot right now, just to just head straight over to gold. Their ADC did drop the dual lane first tower, so they do have the potential to just walk at that gold fury and drop it for virtually free, as the Cerberus is down and they do have 5 people up right now.
Right. This I keep touching on the what the rockhoppers wanted to do was the snowball and um like you said, I think the Ferrymen are in prime position to just shut that down and to put the rockhoppers in a very uncomfortable position. And just basically the early game going in the way of the Ferrymen is not a good sign that the rockhoppers uh basically I wouldn't say they drafted for the early game, but you would have thought that it favored the rockhoppers, at least the early game did. It has not favored them whatsoever. The Ferrymen have done a great job of stalling out the early game, and now we're moving it to the mid game. And like you said, it just favors the Ferrymen. They could definitely walk over the gold, potentially just take it for free. You would, as a lot of votes were used on both sides, but
Yeah. So, like, I would like the side of the Rockhoppers to just have a little bit better coordination coming to the rest of this game. They saw that this play just didn't work as well as they wanted it to. I'd like to see them all be like, "Yo, I have this dude in my Cerbolt. All right, I Persephone ulted this dude. Now let's kill the easiest person to get while we have these 2 people inside the Cerberus ult, and then we get out." So just a little bit better communication. I feel like this team comp, if they elevate themselves to the level they need to be, can work really well for their favor. As there's a lot of people that are in kind of unsafe positions at most times. Like if Gilgamesh gets hit by something that he has to beat early, he should be the next target in the team fight because he's going to go in and he should get burnt by a Nemo straight to his head.
targeting, though, like you said, the targeting has to be on point though for something like that to work out. Obviously, the Wukong ult being a good tool for safety if you do want to prioritize the Wukong, the targeting of the Wukong, the Nemesis ult comes out and everything. If I'm a Wukong and I hear that Nim ult come on me, it's immediately press forward, immediately go to the air because you know that they're going to look to target you. And if they don't kill him in time, then they're going to burn a lot of ults, a lot of abilities onto the Wukong, and it just won't be worth it. And next thing you know, the Ferryman, the cavalry comes in and just cleans up the fight.
Yeah, completely agree. Still pause, waiting for Boomhub to make his return. Hopefully he can come back before something else happens.
Something else. I'm curious as to what something else is, but I don't want to find that out. I don't want Boom to come back into this. I'm not sure what went wrong here. Maybe a server diff. Just waiting on this game to continue. It's a very weird, like I said, it's a very weird time. This all that happened. They were just fighting, and everything seemed to be pretty hectic there for a minute, and then pause. I don't know.
Yeah,
Weird, awkward, very awkward. As we sit,
Yep, as we sit here and waiting for Boomhub to make his return. Yeah, we can do that.
yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah, he has
and
enough
didn't
for a
buy
tier
it.
2.
Very, very unfortunate stuff coming out here. Very unfortunate place to be in.
Mm, Pause part 2, baby.
Let's go. Maybe it's just gonna reset game again. I'm not sure. Attempt to be able to buy items. Might as well. Medusa unable to buy items, and they're gonna shred gold with the bracers coming out. Excuse me, both the frenzy. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. I mean, like
Yeah,
it could be said that it's just strategy, it's just competition. Like they can't help that can't buy items, but hey, it's like what are we supposed to do? Sit here and wait for you to be able to? And I don't know.
a little
I don't
bit
know
of a
what side I'm
tactical
on.
advantage from Smite game itself.
It makes you wonder: are the ferrymen paying someone under the counter? Makes you wonder. Not that they need to, but
They had
I
to
guess
ensure victory.
anything's possible in today's day and age. Bribes are a thing, and people want to make money.
Smite
Look
gems
at
are
Hyres is accepting money to take away Boomhab's ability to buy items. Very unfortunate, man. This is all just very unfortunate.
Aren't you in the game, Mr. Big Mouth?
Yo, pause.
We're back, and everything that happened over the last, what was that, 16 minutes? The first 16 minutes? Just forget it. Never it was a practice run. It was a test run, and it never happened. And we are restarting game one because Smite is perfect.
Yep, that was
Nothing
all
wrong
a
with Smite.
genjutsu. It never happened. And now we just get to watch the game play out in the same way. Feels like deja vu.
No, we've never seen this before. I feel like I'm in total new territory here. This is all brand new content. Uh, oh, wait. Is it Gilgamesh ganking at level 2? Dude, I did not see that coming.
Oh, this
That's
time he has his
amazing.
blink.
He still has his blink. Wait, something's not right here.
I guess my memory's a little faulty. Deja vu is not working as it should.
Something. I think we're in an alternate timeline or something. Like the multiverse is just cracked and everyone's just moving places.
We do see a jump in the middle lane.
Oh, this is different. We're definitely in a different timeline.
Yep,
Different.
first gets her beads pulled.
She did. Oh, good eye. Good eye. Did not notice. Must have been a drop kick, a nice drop kick out of the Gilgamesh, I would guess, because he didn't use his blink as well. Would be my guess.
Now his blink is down, just 20 seconds after when it was before.
Yeah. This is wild. This is new territory. All of it is just new territory. I don't even. I'm speechless. There are no words to describe. I'm just confused. I guess would be one. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just an everyday smite moment, I guess, in the draft leagues. This is always something that's got to happen in the finals of a draft league.
In the
Something has
finals,
to go wrong.
no, it had to be the finals, man. Uh, get some aggression coming out to the dual lane. The Ganesh getting the silence knock up on the drop kick onto the Kepper. He was out of position. Half health. He's gonna pluck out, but I think he's gonna lose his life as he does. Hunter Big Malls with a successful gank onto the dual lane. Getting an early pick onto the Kepri.
Yep. The Ferrymen are looking to show that they mean business. They are not happy about what just happened to them in that last game, if you want to call it, or fragment of a game that we had. And they're showing real aggression now in this early game. They're saying, hey, you guys have a better early game comp, but I don't care. I'm just going to walk around the map and show you guys that we want to get out of this first game.
Right. Yeah, totally agree. But the aggression is matched on the solo lane side as we see Cyber just walking down the jungle of the Ferryman, taking the back hips, taking the blue buff of the Wukong, taking the blue buff away from Wukong. And yeah, but it didn't come without anything. It didn't come without a cost. As we saw the Kepri die, their purple got invaded. So, but like I said, yeah, just who cares about the early game that they have? Like it just let's just run it down. Let's just get this game over with. They were in the right. They were heading in the right direction to win game one, and here we are in the same position, really, just a lot earlier
In game one, still.
in game one. Yeah, it would.
Cyber
I,
does strip away a lot of farm from this Gilgamesh, which is really good to just shut down all of that really early potential that he had off of that pre-5 kill. They did get the first blood yet again for the Ferryman, but Cyber does counteract that by finessing all of Hunter Big Mall's farm. So he should be hitting 5 either at the same time or slightly before Hunter Big Mall's.
right. That was a very smart play for Cyber. Like, hey, Gilgamesh is already there. There's no shot I get there to impact that. Let me just go strip away some of his farm as well as some of his strat farm as well. And so the aggression definitely be a match. You like to see that, the awareness, if you would.
Yep, as
And
I was correct, Hunter Big Mall's is half a level, maybe a third of a level down on Cyber on this Nemesis, which could prove to be a problem if Cyber does find him in the jungle before Hunter Big Mouse hits level 5.
we can watch for that interaction. That would be a pretty good fight for the rockhoppers to take for this for Cyber to take in early one, but it doesn't seem to be the case as Gilgamesh does hit 5. Uh, Nemesis had those timers, but chose not to aggress into that jungle again.
See a big grouping up on the left side of the map. Maybe they're looking to play for this Chiron, or they're just looking to secure the oracles in this left-hand side of the map.
The aggression going back and forth. I mean, just a couple minutes ago, the Ferrymen had a lot of aggression in the dual lane, and now the rockhoppers kind of taking it back a little bit. And then, of course, you had the cyber pressuring out the form of the Gilgamesh, but Gilgamesh getting all that form back as if it never happened, and everyone seems to be pretty evened out.
Yep, everybody back to just farming. This game is a lot quicker pace than what it was before. As both teams are just really trying to get out of this game. The first blood didn't happen until 6 minutes almost in the first part of the first game, if you want to call it that. Now we see it pre 4 minutes.
Right, yeah, because that first game it took. I mean, like we can't even call it a game. The first take, I guess I don't even know what you would call it. The first take of that it was basically farming simulator up to like 7 minutes, and then you had the Medusa and the Cerberus rotating in the mid, and finally getting your first blood. But
Yep,
like I said, very early gate coming out of the Gilgamesh at like level 3, you got to kill onto the support, which didn't happen in our original timeline.
yep. Now we see the Ferryman taking a lot of pressure onto these left pants, trying to get that obelisk as fast as possible as they do secure it, which is a good 175 gold in their pockets for the time being, which will propel them into the lead just ever so slightly.
Another thing worth mentioning: this zombie crusher coming out. Oh, the Gilgamesh blink not going to find the drop kick. Medusa is able to dash away to safety. Chiron's still looking for aggression with the dash coming out, the petrified field coming out as well, with the beads being forced onto Chiron's going to turn around and ult, but the Medusa's full HP. The ult might have been a little bit wasted there. Gilgamesh is all alone with the Persephone ult huge coming into it. The Ganesh ult going to be used as well for some peel. Nemesis is here lurking all alone with the blink coming out. Ulting the Gilgamesh, excuse me. The Nemesis is all alone now, and she's going to be picked off. Just very aggressive play by Cyber, and she gets punished for it. And
Yep.
that is all that comes from it, I believe.
Yep, Cyber just kind of overextending. Like I said, I saw the communication disconnect again. Mark X Wings catches Gilgamesh in that wall, and the Medusa just kind of running away. She was in a safe position to just turn around and pelt a couple autos into him. The Kepri's still there with ult. Cyber just going up a little too far and inting while his team is running away, and then he just gets collapsed on by the rest of the team.
Right, it would have been a different story had the Gilgamesh been all alone, but no, Cyber did go in, and the dual lane was there to back up the Gilgamesh, and she just gets picked pretty easily, and well, that doesn't feel good. That never feels good. Trying to make a play and just getting just basically being sat down never feels good.
Yep, pretty costly interaction as Chiron loses his beads, Gilga uses blink, Nem uses blink, and four different ults were used. Purse ult, Gilga ult, Ganesh ult, and Chiron ult were all used. So everybody's just gonna go back to farming right now until they have everything they need up for another engagement is ready.
It's another thing that we mentioned in that first quote unquote game that happened. It's another fight that seemed to be going the way of the Rockhoppers to begin, and then as it unfolded, the Ferrymen took control, and I think it was more of a mistake of the Rockhoppers that gave the Ferrymen the advantage. But you know, like we mentioned, this is targeting. I think the targeting has to be a little more on point because that Persephone did, like you said, the Gilgamesh was in a pretty bad spot, but he um, got away from that engagement.
Yep. Just a little bit of mid poke right now. Nothing much happening on the map. Everybody's just securing their farm, rotating around, see what they can look for. Nothing much happening though. Everybody's just chasing loose end.
Let's hope that no one else loses the ability to buy items again. We'll just play this one out to
Hopefully.
the until we have a victor. Um, that
We
is,
can only hope.
we can only hope. We can only hope Smite doesn't troll us yet again.
Yep. Now let's just wait for somebody to lock a stance switcher and get the stance switcher bug.
Oh man, don't you? I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Meanwhile, Wukong is able to do his proxy farm strategy that he wants to do, and he's gonna look to. Oh, meanwhile, Boomhams gets picked up in the duel, and that's Khepri is also a danger. Does it seem to be getting picked here? Khepri does have his ultimate ability. He's not able to use it onto the Medusa. Meanwhile, the Pillar's coming out to get the poke on the Khepri. The Persephone is huge. And who is it? Cragafro going down. The Bracer getting popped. They're looking to counter engage this. Meanwhile, it's just an ADC for ADC trade.
Yeah, that's a great ult from Mark X-Wing downtown, hitting the Chiron and forcing the other team to reconsider what they were inting for on the Khepri, as he did ult himself and get the res back on himself for free. And it was really just an ADC for ADC trade, nothing much coming out of it for either side.
Right, that was a like you touched on. That was a great Persephone ult from a country mile away to punish the aggression of the Ferrymen. So it wasn't it wasn't just a killing the Medusa. They did lose their ADC for it as well, and then it looks like the Nemesis did secure that blue buff for side of the rockhoppers. This Wukong, unlike the previous match, was not able to do his excuse me, his proxy farming, but he's able to do it now. He's kind of running this jungle. I think he got a yellow evade off a moment ago. He's kind of running down the solo side of the map.
Yeah, this Wukong is really just looking to farm. He's also feeling this aggression after that first game mishap. He's just like, all right, I don't care as much anymore. I'm Wukong. I'm already tilted from the first game, so now I'm just gonna hyper farm and hope you guys can't punish me as hard as you guys think you can.
This moment is yet to be punished. I mean, like he did get that yellow evade off. Got probably evaded some bags. Didn't notice if that happened or not. But everyone's just kind of sitting, waiting for the relics to come back on. It looks like this team at no beads for a minute, as well as the Chiron. Both of the backliners on the side of the Ferryman with no beads. I think the play for the side of the Ferryman is just let's get our beads back online for our backliners. Play a lot more safely. Look for some more aggression. Maybe an early Gold Fury. Maybe not early, but a Gold Fury fight here coming up. And I just
Yep,
dropped
as
my
there is
phone.
a slight level advantage coming out from the rockhoppers. The only really person in the lead on the side of the Ferryman is Strat on this Wukong in the solo lane, probably coming from the speed invade, as both solo laners are forced to ult each other's ults.
You know how it goes fighting into a guardian. Like realistically, you're not gonna kill him. Like I mean, even if it was a warrior, you're probably not looking to kill him. Oh well, as I say that, Wukong makes a very aggressive play, but just so tanky. He's already got the Celestial Legion helm and the breastplate online. I mean, you're not. Oh my goodness, the drop kick coming out. Clean drop kick. Oh, it's always so satisfying to drop kick someone into their teammates and they're both stunned, sitting there looking like a bunch of
First ult
silly
come out
gooses.
does hit the Gilgamesh. He's forced to just dance around real quick, as the Ferrymen do secure the Pyromancer, while Gilgamesh is running around Mark X-Wing and Caribou.
Gilgamesh was just running circles there, just like a chicken with his head cut off. Just, hey, look at me! Don't bother walking up the pyro. I'm just here, and you can't walk past me.
Yep. This being a master distraction, as his team does pull the first objective on the map, as they are now slightly up in gold, only 1,000-ish up on the other team. Not much of a difference, but it is enough to really deduce that deficit in the mid lane, as it was just a second ago a uh 2 level difference coming out from the side of Mark X Wing.
Excuse me, I had to scratch me chin, but we're good. Slow pace. We're back to the slow pace. Just farming it out. Everyone getting online and. That pyro going the way of the ferryman feels good, as we see it. Gold Fury looked at here. The Nemesis ult coming out into the Chiron. Chiron would just dash away, and it's a Nim
Nothing can
ult out
do it.
for free, basically.
Chiron ult
Chiron,
nothing, essentially. Doesn't hit any targets.
wow,
Kind of goes
I
against
think
what
Chiron
Chiron.
was under the impression that they were pulling Gold Fury and was maybe looking for a steal or for some poke, but no value out of that. But the Gold Fury fight does start for the side of the Ferryman with no Chiron ult for secured. Feels bad. And meanwhile, Ganesh beats are forced out as he is getting poked out, stepping a little too far up. Medusa ult coming out as well. Gilgamesh is looking to find a window of opportunity into the backline. Beads Egg is coming out, and the Medusa Wukong is being a menace in the backline. as Tiamat just blows up Ark, and Ark is now down, and the Ferrymen are chasing out the rockhoppers. Medusa in a lot of danger here. The Wukong chasing down the third blink onto the Wukong and to try to save Medusa, not able to do so, where Wukong picks up the Medusa, and it looks like, I'm sorry, the excuse me, the Nemesis is running away from the Gilgamesh. It's a lot of chasing, a lot of running down, a lot of separated fights going on here, all going the way of the Ferrymen's, and it has to feel good. And the Gold Fury as well going in their favor.
Yep, that's just that disconnect that I was talking about from the rockhoppers earlier. The Nemesis all was used early, which would have been a prime asset in killing that Ganesh. That would have been a perfect time for everybody to just all in the Ganesh and force them to be all like, hey, we don't have ults, but we have 5 people that are full HP here at the Gold Fury, and we are now at the man advantage. So we are going to force you to either fight a man down or just to give us gold, and that would have been perfect for them. But they did not really hit the target on most of their ults, as we saw the Medusa ult really only getting the slow, nothing much coming up after that, and the Cerberus ult not really hitting any targets at all. Everybody just getting to walk away from that for virtually free.
Kong just very big at the moment, 2 levels above anyone else in the game. We touched on the excuse me the farming that he was doing early on, basically going on unchecked, and he was a big part of that fight. You know, Wukong, I think he definitely excels in those kinds of fights where it's just let me just run at you and I do all your HP and I get out safely because I'm a bird and I have an ult, and did a good job of finding a lot of damage in the fight. Separated fights that the rockhoppers are not favored in, I would say.
Completely. Now everybody's just back to farming. Nothing much to really do as both Pyro and Gold are down. I would like to see from the side of the Ferryman to start just pushing out this mid tower as it is one shot, and then walking over to the solo lane tower to drop that just to push their gold lead and to remove that ability to step up and farm so freely for the side of the Rockhoppers.
I mean,
As
look,
Kepri
Kipri
is
out
about to
of it.
get picked here.
And the pick is confirmed that Gilgamesh ult is used, but hey, that's a big pick onto the Kipri. Looks like they're not going to turn that into any aggression.
Yeah, I would love to have seen them here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You guys get that pick, and now that should open up these 2 towers on the right hemisphere of the map. There's nobody really that can step up to defend 3 people walking at a mid T1. You don't even need 3 people. You can just walk in and slap it as Tiamat, and then just send 3 people to
Medusa,
right to drop that tower.
Medusa in trouble. The Ganesh ult coming out. Medusa gonna get just melted by Flaming Skull. Tiamat just slicing like a hot knife through butter. Medusa, Gilgamesh looking for some more aggression onto the Nemesis. However, he's alone and will have to go into the retreat. The Ferrymen are doing a really good job of finding these picks now, and these rock hoppers aren't very grouped up. So it's like, hey, 3 of us versus 1 of you, you're gonna die. Like you just gotta be safe about that kind of thing. I think wards are an issue for the rock hoppers right now. Get some more ward presence, and that'll prevent a lot of that from happening.
Yep, I really like Strat is doing a lot for his team. He is farming very effectively, but I'd like to say Hunter Big Malls is really the conductor of all this pressure as he's just rotating all over the map. Cyber can't really compete with where Hunter's at all points of the map, as all of his ganks have really gone uncontested and have all found very good success for where he's been at on the map. And I just
Yeah,
love how much pressure he's given on this Gilgamesh. Cyber usually doing Cyber things lowest on the board with player damage. So we do see Mark X-Wing get chased down by the Tiamat over here. Flaming Skull doing a mighty fine impression of showing off what a mage's damage can really do.
Ferrymen are running Rockhoppers at the Rockhoppers thought they had a good pick on the Tiamat, and the Ferrymen say no, they stand their ground and they pick a fight and they win a fight handedly. That is a 3-for-0 trade, and they're going to turn their attention to at Pyro, probably Fire Giant. This is definitely a Fire Giant pull here. This is a big swing the way the Ferrymen are now up 6K gold. Uh, we already touched on it. It's just the separated fights. The Rockhoppers do not favor, and that the Persephone getting picked early, and then everyone else just came in one by one, filed in, and it's a free fire giant going the way of the Ferryman.
Yep, that's the biggest problem with the Rockhoppers draft is they're really trying to find one target and burn that one target, but all of the targets that they're really getting on, as long as they have beads, can just walk away and just say, "Hey, I'm no longer in a position to get one shot," and that's what it's been setting up to, and also a disconnect from the side of the Rockhoppers, not knowing who they want to target in these fights specifically. Not probably a communication issue.
Right. Yeah. Something has got to change in these communications. I would say for the rockhoppers, like you mentioned, burst down this one target. But the problem is, up to this point, that we have not seen a lot of good grouping. Everyone's fighting one or two people at a time, as far as like together, and they're looking at you're outnumbered every time as the rockhoppers. You're always outnumbered, and they're going to take Fire Giant and run it down left side of the map as they should. Probably looking to just clear up all these tier twos. But I mean, they have all the pressure, an 8K gold lead now at this point. Um, Nothing really the rockhoppers can do. Even if they did group now as five, it's you know, you're not favored. You're down so far now that you kind of have to surrender all of this, right?
Yeah, this position, they kind of have to do the uh we're gonna play for a different side of the map right now. They have to play to get farm. So even if they sack this left bird, it wouldn't be the worst thing, but they need to get farm on their hands as everybody seems to be at least 2 levels down roughly. The ADC 3 levels down, support 2 levels down, mid 1 level down, jungle 2 levels down, and solo 2 levels down. They can't really defend things as they're just at such a disadvantage with Fire Giant and just a level disadvantage. They actually just have to farm the right side of the map while they're on the left. Just play the avoid and farm strategy.
This this lead has just gone out of control. We started at 6K, now at 10K gold, and it's only going to continue to climb as they're probably looking to just clear up all these tier twos. And if you just look at those charts, it's just skyrocketing right about the 15, 16 minute mark. It's just from that point forward, it's all ferrymen really. Just the entire map. They are really doing a great job of controlling this game, controlling the pace of the game, and doing what they want to do really as far as farming, as far as objectives and grouping up. Everyone grouped up now, but um, yeah, like you did a good job touching up on all that. Now here come the tier two pushes on solo. This lead is, uh, would you say, is too big of a lead now to overcome? Would you say?
Uh, in most eyes in pro play, they usually say a 7K gap is the gap that's big enough to change the lose the game. So right now they're at like 11K. So in my eyes, it would take a Hail Mary plus an inch from the side of the ferryman to get them back in this game.
Calling it to the back line. Persephone gets her beads forced out really early. The Capriol not onto the target that he wanted to, but uh, Persephone doesn't die anyways. They get a bird on the right side, which is big. Just again, a lot more. All of this is accumulating into a free Phoenix, basically free Phoenix, and the Medusa. I'm sorry, the Persephone bees getting forced out. The beads and Aegis. Anytime they want to engage next time, that's the target for sure. Persephone's got the full.
Yep, I completely agree. Right now, there's just too much gas pedal from the side of the ferrymen for the rockhoppers to mount their ground and defend against. Their comp not really having the best bird defense from this far behind, but if they are on level, their bird defense is pretty well, as they can have Serb just sit there and absorb all of the AEC's damage while they do send abilities from afar onto them and save them with the Kepriot. But right now, the level gap is just too high, and they will burn down any objective too quick for them to contest.
So if you're coppers right now, what is your what are you trying to what message are you trying to get across to the team? Like, how are we fighting back into this? What is the strategy trying to mount come back from this huge deficit?
Right now, I would try to just like they're doing right now. They're sending one person left to farm while they're waiting for Fire Giant to drop. They do have the bird advantage as the Ferrymen do get the bad bird. They don't get the left bird, which forces somebody to go to the other side of the map. They can push out this right wave while they walk down to the Fire Giant. They do have some wards in position to mark out their way to it. But now it appears they're trying to defend this Fire Giant, which I don't like because it's only a normal fire and they need to farm. They can't allow themselves to keep staying at this big of a deficit.
Right, sitting around and waiting for this fire giant to spawn. Like, you got to think your chances of defending it anyways are not that great, and in the process, you're not getting a whole lot of form just sitting here and waiting for it to spawn. Um, if they wanted to defend it, though, like now is the time to step up and get aggressive because the ferrymen have started it up, and the rockhoppers not aggressing. They're doing as you said. Let's just go look for some farm. Just give up fire. Like, it's not EFG. It is a very big deal, but what can you do? You're just gonna farm, I guess. They're so far behind that nothing. It wouldn't matter if they wanted to step up and defend it. Just an impossible task at this point.
Right now, some teams they go for a Hail Mary at this point. The Hail Mary is you send five people at the ADC's purple and you wait for him to come. And once he comes, you kill him and you leave. Because that what that does is it stalls their time. Because now they have to wait for their ADC to come back. They cannot get a bird with this comp without their ADC being up. So that stalls a lot of fire time, almost killing the whole entire fire. And as I see is they don't try to go for that Hail Mary play, which I do feel like they need to do because the gap is just so immense. There's no other way they can get back into this game without a Hail Mary attempt.
So now they're going to be looking for the left hand side Phoenix, and meanwhile the right hand side is not up yet. You're going to have someone there to defend that, and you're probably going to be a man down defending this left bird, and it just never feels good. Probably going to be another free Phoenix if it goes the similar way that it did the first time around. Persephone still level 18. Just meanwhile, we have two people at the left hand side Phoenix. Got the Medusa and the Kepri looking to defend this. Chiron getting some poke. Medusa taking a lot of damage. Beads Egg is coming out, sir, but the Boomhead does fall. Kepri tries, unable to do so, and he is getting poked out as well. The Kepri falls. Nemesis trying to make a play to the back line, but she just gets melted. Tiamat with the damage coming out. Gonna use her ult to peel off the rest of the team, and game one will go into will be picked up by the Ferrymen pretty handedly. It just out of control right about on the 16-minute mark. It just snowballed out of control as we touched on it. Just uncontrollable lead. I mean, it just how do you if you're the rockhoppers, you're going back to the drawing board. Like, where do you make a stand? How do you stop this?
Either they can try to play for that more defensive comp and play for that more backline peel, or they can just go back to the basics. As a team that team does require a lot of coordination. Where as the team of Gilgamesh, Ganesh, Wukong, and Tiamat, they don't really need that much communication. They can all kind of play the game at their own pace. They don't need to all choose one target, as they can all pick their own targets, and their comp will all go pretty well. Because Tiamat will do fine into Cerberus, peeling herself. Gilgamesh can just walk at Persephone and feel quite all right. And Sun Wukong can just dodge the whole fight and just sit there in the air, choosing to pace the fight at his own pacing.
Very showing of the Ferrymen as we expected, picking up game one. This is a best of five series. So anything can still happen. It's still anyone's set. But if it goes anything like that first game goes, it's a very dominant, like we already thought, very dominant performance out of the Ferrymen. And
Yep.
just send this to intermission while we wait for game two. Yes.
Yep.
Sweet. Back here with game two of the Deep Sea Finals going into this picks and bans phase. I want to see personally. I want to see the rockhoppers try to coordinate their picks a little more. We touched on it in the intermission with the. I wasn't a fan of the way they drafted into each other. As far as like lining up their picks with each other. What do you want to see them correct or change about their drafts?
I would like to see them personally take the Gilgamesh. As it's a lot more easy to not mess up. Gilgamesh just has big circle button, knock up, and that should change a lot of the way they play. I think it's better than them just choosing one target. They can more generalize their comp to just hit as many people in that big circle as possible, rather than find one target, everybody hits that one target's dead, and now the team fights easier.
Band phase going pretty similar. The only thing that changes up here are the rockhoppers taking away the comfy pick out of the Ganesh out of Zombie's hands, and then um, I think that's the only thing that changes here. And that as you wanted to see, they pick up the Gilgamesh
Yeah.
top pick here.
Yep, I guess I can just predict the future.
Look
Craig Afro
into
does
my
pick up the Medusa for
eyes.
himself here. Another good pressure pick for the ADC role. Gilgamesh does give a lot of versatility for his team. I'd like to see what Cyber can do on this guy after we just saw Hunter Big Malls put on a stunning performance on the Gilgamesh just last game.
Right, taking that away from the side of the Ferrymen is pretty big, and Gilgamesh just on his own is a really good pickup. And yet again, the Medusa got one of the top three picks. Already touched on it game one, very solid ADC at the moment, and it always seems to be like in that second and third pick, Medusa goes, and then
Time
Agni
to
as well getting locked in here.
burn.
Wow, Agni Medusa, that's a pretty good artillery backline. Agni just being so prevalent in the meta right now. Artillery mage does a lot of damage, really hard to get onto because you can just dash away, already playing at such a long range.
Right on the other side of the Rockhoppers, ADC hovering the Hachiman. Some weird. They're hovering a lot of things here. They're throwing me for a loop. Can't make up their mind. Hades being hovered here. It's a weird one.
Yeah, kind of playing with the random scroll wheel to choose what god he wants to play. As we see, the Hades is hovered. Oh, as we are unqueued for spectating.
Smite. What else could go wrong tonight? Well, I'm not sure if the lobby crashed. What happened here? Try to get. Yeah, we're trying to get back in as soon as we can. I think they're in a reset lobby. We'll just have to pick back up where we left off. Uh, so
Oh,
what we were like halfway through picks and bans almost, and the lobby crashed. Is that what happened?
yeah.
Feels bad. Very unfortunate. It's a story. The story of the minors finals of season 6 is just unfortunate things happening over and over again.
This is going so beautiful. Two games, two instances where we had to do stuff like this. Oh, I
Mm.
love it. I hope this is a 5 game set.
Yeah, it is a best of five, so the more the merrier. If it was a clean set, but Smite decided that we're gonna have to make this as long as we possibly can, even though it's already a best of five.
Are we live right now?
Okay. And we are back yet again. Nothing changed. We just had to pause so we could speak amongst one another. Me and Zev. That is, we're just talking. We're just chilling.
Yep, as we do see the Bacchus Hou dueling, that is a lot of pressure. They need a support that also has high pressure for this Medusa pick to actually have some weight. Because Bacchus Hou, that is CC on CC, and if you get caught in that as a support with no beads, you can die very early in.
So at this point in time, it's huge that they banned out the Ganesh. So that really pressure on the dual lane. And Bacchus's biggest counter. And what better way to counter aggression with more aggression with the Ares getting locked in here?
Yep, I'd like to see some early fights come out of this duel lane, make this a little interesting, make this more or less of a 100% guaranteed win lane to we're gonna take this fight and we don't know how the outcome's gonna turn out.
Just throwing haymakers at each other, see who comes out on top. That would be some fun gameplay for a change. Not for a change. That sounded very rude. But the RTO band coming out, Daji band coming out. I like the Daji band coming out on the side of the Rockhoppers. This is a shout out to their ADC with no CC immunity. Let's get Daji out of here so we can keep Huyi a little safer.
Yep, Cthulhu and RDO bands, two prominent solo laners right now. Nobody really wants to deal with them as they just radiate pressure. Like you can't kill them. A big Awilix pickup as three people on the side of the Rockhoppers have very big and important jumps right now.
That is a huge, huge brain pick on the side of the Ferrymen. Wheelix obviously doesn't feel good to play Hui when they lock in a Wheelix. As soon as they do, you're just thinking to yourself, how did I get here? How did we mess up this bad? But we're looking at the ban on the Wukong, and it's definitely going to be a respect ban on the Strat onto Strat, because Strat on that Wukong was a thorn in the side of the Rockhoppers. But what do you really think about it? Was it worth it? I mean, I'm not sure if you want to ban out of the Willix with those. I would consider it, especially a phase two. That's a huge counter to your ADC and your jungler, as well as your support.
Yeah, Strat is known for his Wukong, very comfortable on the god, seeded a lot throughout the season. I guess they want to say, hey, we've seen you play the Wukong, we've seen it so far, and we're gonna throw you on something that you're less comfortable on because we know you're really comfortable on this god. As Shiva is rude, this god I feel is really undervalued in all forms of play. That he, in my eyes, he's just a better Erlang. Double knockup, infinite sustain in a team fight, and 40% mitigation with double beat in his kit. Doesn't really need beads the relic just because of that feature alone.
Haven't seen the Shiva up to this point in competitive play, so looking forward to see how this plays out for the Rockhoppers. Morgan Le Fay also being hovered. I think that would be a pretty solid pickup. You're gonna be not enjoying the dive as a Le Fay. He has a decent amount of self peel, but I feel like this Bacchus, when you look at the Bacchus, the aggression on it, like you're probably not getting a whole lot of peel out of your support this game.
I do like both teams' comp so far, as it appears the Ferrymen are playing really just to counteract all the picks coming out from the Rockhoppers right now. With the Rockhoppers draft, it is pretty good. If they have a lot of self peel, every god so far has great self peel for themselves. Morgan Le Fay has great self peel. Shiva has double knockup. Ho Yi has just a lot of CC on a hunter. Bacchus has his burp and his drink that just give him a bunch of prot and a bunch of stuff to say, get away from me. And Gilgamesh, everybody knows Gilgamesh is just a top dog right now and has been in the meta for such a long time.
All right, on the other side, I'm really liking that Ares pickup. I believe it came after the Huyi locked in. Obviously, no CSC immunity there. As a Huyi, your beats come out. If it wasn't to the Ares ult, you gotta bet your bottom dollar that it's coming. The Ares is coming for you, or the Willix will be there for you. The Huyi is going to be walking on a dangerous line here,
Yep.
with all this CC on the side of the Rockhoppers.
His positioning does have to be immaculate here to either avoid the Ares ult and keep his beat for a Willix pull, or keep or do it vice versa. That way he can just not have to deal with one of them. And if he does that, his team is going to be in a really good position as he will be the prime target in the backline. As Morgan Le Fay does have that CC immune ult and that double CC as in the fear and the knockup to keep a Ares and a Wheelix away from him.
Right, and LaFay, Morgan Le Fay, being allowed to free cast when, if all eyes are on that Hu Yi, as you say, then Le Fay able to free cast would be huge.
Yep. As we do see in Odin, Odin really picked up in these very unique situations. I think this is one of the situations where it's kind of 50-50 as the only person he can really lock in is Morgan Le Fay and Shiva. But combined with this Awilix pickup is really helpful because he drops the cage, everybody tries to leave,
Mm.
and now somebody's gonna choose to jump out, Awilix can grab that person, and that's a free beat for Ares to take advantage of later on.
Yeah, that's a great point. You look at it on paper and you think, Odin against this team. Every a lot of these people have ways out of the cage, but really, you're probably just baiting them you're daring them to leave the cage. I dare you to jump out of this. Wait for my Willix to pull you back into it, and at the very least pull out your beads, and then hey, Ares is here now. There's a lot of different routes this could go. A lot of counter engagements. This is shaping up to be a very interesting matchup. As far as
Yep.
picks and bans go, who would you favor?
It's kind of hard for me to say. I like both of these teams so equally. I would like to say that the side of the Rockhoppers team is a little bit easier to pull off aside from the Ferrymen's team, it's more of like a 2 to 3 step engagement as either the Ares needs to initiate, pull beads, Odin then follows up, puts everybody in the cage, and then a Wheelix waits for somebody to jump out, which does take a lot of coordination and a lot of timing. Where on the side of the Rockhoppers, it's really I'm Bacchus, I jump in, I'm Gilgamesh, I jump in, I'm Shiva, I walk at you. And that's how the team fight will start with a Hou-Yi throwing an ult in at the front. It's really just a battle of is my methodical plan better than your just brute strength?
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting matchup. I'm really looking forward to Game 2, Season 6 of the deep, deep sea division finals. Hopefully, we get this game clean straight through. No more DCs, no more bugs. We just run straight through it. And looking forward to some Smite. Hopefully, Smite does not bug out on us.
Hopefully, hopefully.
I mean, up to this point, Smite's got our number tonight, but who knows? Maybe it's meant to be, and we'll just be clean, smooth sailing from this point forward. That's all we can hope for.
Yep. I really want to see how this match goes. This is probably the most anticipated one for me so far out of the two, as I really like both of these comps and I want to see which team performs better on the comp that they've shown that they wanted to play so far.
I feel like I haven't thought too much about on the flaming skull and the Agni. The Agni could be a menace. What do you think about the dive, and if you're allowing this Agni to just sit as far back as he wants to, and and you have to pay so much attention to this Odin, you have to pay so much attention to the Ares, and Agni just gets able to is able to free cast. It's like that's going to be a lot of damage in the late game, and some maybe even the mid game. The double pin items and everything. Agni could be huge here for the Ferrymen.
Yep.
Personally, my prediction, I'm going to go with Ferrymen for Game 2 again. How could you not? I mean, after that dominant performance in Game 1, all momentum is on the side of the Ferrymen for sure.
Yep. I'm gonna have to agree with you. As much as I want to see an underdog story, I just feel like the side of the Ferrymen they just know what they want to play for, and I believe they can work this very high macro micro comp out, and that it can be very advantageous to them. As we will start and we'll be heading into game 2. Looking like both teams are going to take advantage of this normal start with the mage jungler starting at both speeds and then heading to red and then mid.
And they're not opting to go with was it the rockhoppers that did the new start Game 1? I think it was
It was the ferryman.
the ferryman. Okay, right. So the ferryman They're not opting to do that again. It
Yep,
looks
as
like.
the side of the Ferrymen, they're showing how aggressive they want to be with 3 blinks. That is a statement so far. I wish to see 5, but it won't happen. As you were talking about this Agni earlier, maybe there's something we don't know about Flaming Skull. As Agni, he is a god of fire. Flaming Skull, maybe there's a little bit of a synergy underlying that we haven't really thought up about.
That is a great point. Flaming skull. He's literally got a flaming skull, and it's meant to be. Like some things, it's just like peanut butter and jelly. They go together. You can't deny it. And he's definitely in a position to have a huge game here. We'll have to see how that pans out for Flaming Skull.
Yep. He's just walking around, probably feeling himself. He's like, "Yep, I got my god, and now I'm gonna show them why they shouldn't let me get this god again."
Yeah, I didn't even notice the 3 blinks that you mentioned. That is a statement for sure. It's like aggression. If there was ever a sign of a team wanting to be aggressive, it's those blinks, 3 of them, and the the normal bracer start for the supports. It's like we're ignoring that. We're going blink on the Ares as well. The double knockout coming out of the Bacchus, but the Ares is turning the aggression back around. 1v2ing the dual lane here.
Yep, as we see a lot of
Early aggression coming up from both sides of the teams right now. Seeing a lot of early aggression in the dual lane and in the solo lane, as Strat is seeing what Shiva does bring to the solo lane. It's just a bunch of knockups and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna not let you clear while I clear at the same time." Koyi getting really poked out pretty early in. That this double pressure, as we see an early rotation come out from Gilgamesh, will it amount to anything?
Gilgamesh has his blink up, the knockout coming out on the Medusa. Her dash gets caught. This is a free kill for the Gilgamesh. Is going to pick up the kill of Medusa. Meanwhile, the Ares is trying to track down this Huyi, most likely going to be picked here, and that is a double kill going in the way of the rockhoppers. The aggression getting matched out by the jungler on the side of the rockhoppers. Uh, Great awareness on the side of on Cyber to see his dual lane getting poked out, getting pressured out, and just to come over and get 2 free kills early on.
Yep, see, both Gilgameshes playing for really early, really quick pressure around the map. We saw it with Hunter Big Malls earlier and around the middle lane, and now we're seeing it with Cyber in this dual lane, giving his dual lane the pressure they already really had. It was kind of a 50-50 on which two teams had the pressure. Now the pressure is definitely going to the side of the Rockhoppers in this dual lane. Now Cyber can really play to help his solo laner, because the matchup is pretty good for Shiva. They have a lot of CC amongst the two of them to kill this Odin coming back to lane.
A great play by Jinji. Didn't really get to chase a touch on it, catching the dash with the Medusa with a stun, and basically making her a free kill for the Gilgamesh to come over and easily kill. And yeah, you love to see the early aggression out of the Rockhoppers, as Hu Yi does get poked out, but dual lane just being poked out entirely. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh looking for another rotation onto the dual lane, maybe. Shiva
We do
poking
see
at
an
the.
early red invade coming out from the side of the Rockhoppers. Like, Cyber really showing, hey, played Gilgamesh, but I'm gonna play him better, getting all the farm really early in.
That's a pretty rare thing to happen nowadays. That early red invade, you don't see that very often.
Yep, he is under leveled. Let's see if this XP that he's giving to the rest of his team will catch him in the long run. As we do see the junglers will meet up in this little left corridor right now. Cyber
Looks
calling
like
out
we're
to
gonna
his
have a.
teammates that Wheelix is there, play back. That he
Looks like
doesn't want to take the fight.
looks like they wanted to posture to counter the aggression, the early aggression out of Cyber, but nothing really coming from it. Just all kind of hanging out, just holding hands, just checking up with each other. You guys doing good? Yeah, we're doing all right. All right, let's continue farming.
Yep. Now we're just back to that farming point, as we see the left pressure does go to the Ferrymen, as they do get that early obelisk pressure yet again. We've been seeing in the last 1.5 game, if you want to call it.
Yeah, we'll go with 1.5. I think that I don't want to totally discredit that half game, but at the end of the day, it didn't happen. So it's like, what do you call? You can't call it a full game. We'll just call it a half game.
Yep.
I mean, I like the multiverse thing that we were going with. Yeah, I don't know. We're in the multiverse, and that game one it just happened in a different universe, and here we are. Got a Hu Yi coming out. It looked like the clear wave, I believe.
Yep. The one thing I do notice though is Caribou is opting for something out of the thorn tree, as most Shivas either go into that Soul Eater or an early breastplate just to be as annoying as possible. Soul Eater on that god is just really annoying. He's just healing off of you and hitting you and has that early CDR that he really wants.
As you as you mentioned, the Blackthorn being fully built, Bacchus looking to attempt to steal away the red again, unable to do so. Looks like everyone. Meanwhile, this Medusa flirting around the fight there with half HP. Odin coming out to try to match the aggression of the Shiva. Shiva's in there trying to ride back around, going into the ult. Odin will get away with his life.
Shiva not really utilizing the fact that his abilities do have increased stances, not really changing into the heal stance, the enhanced stance, or the fire stance. Really just using just the normal ones, kind of just a taunt at him, saying, "Hey, I'm not even gonna use the ability the way I should be using it."
I mean, who needs it, right? Who needs it? You're Shiva. Fortnite dancing, and it could never go wrong. Meanwhile, the Willick's looking for a gank here. Gets the knock up and the ultimate off. Shiva's gonna three away. Odin jumps in, does not connect. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh on the rotation as well as the Bacchus. Odin's out of position and will cost him his life. Strat
Yep.
going down.
That's the thing about Shiva. Hey, you can do all you want to try to CC me, but I'm just gonna walk away with my 40% mitigation on my 3. And what are you supposed to do? As we just saw, he couldn't do much about it. 30% to be correct. Still a lot of mitigation really early in. That's almost a full prod item just to say, yeah, you're not killing me.
Oh, meanwhile, he gets a kill in the mid lane onto the the Morgan Le Fay, and the Ferrymen strike back with the first kill of their own, finally getting on the board with a kill, and feels nice. It feels nice to be able to answer some of that aggression out of the rockhoppers. Finally get a kill on their own, kill of their own, and back to farming we go. Want to see? I would like to see the Suyi get a little more aggressive now into the mid game. Hui a pretty good counter into the Medusa. Um, maybe try to pick a fight there with the early aggression that they got out of the Gilgamesh. Maybe try to apply some pressure here as we see Bacchus floating around the purple buff, being an annoying thorn to the side of this Medusa, looking to steal it away. Flops in, ults it, and secures that purple invade. But they're looking to. Oh, here comes the ult out of the Ares to pull him right back into his team. Bacchus in a lot of danger here. His team not arrived yet. Hu Yi coming up with the ult. We look super low. Is going to get away with her life though. And
Yep.
that, wow.
Yep. That's a lot of pressure coming out from these two gods. Bacchus does secure the purple buff and gets to live to tell the tale. Not having beats, Lil just wasn't there. And then she gets banked by a Hou Yi ricochet from very far away, getting clipped by the end of her ult, end of his ult, to be correct. Really forcing her out. She can't really take any advantage of her ult to continue the chase.
And one there, we looks very close. As you mentioned, the ricochet came out, was huge, get caught in the Hu Yi ult, and they oh, meanwhile, oh my goodness, the
Boom have
ricochet
a
of the
sneaky
boom.
bounce onto
Sneaky,
Craig
sneaky
Afro.
ricochet. Goodness gracious. Picking up
Shiva
the kill onto Kregafro.
Craigophone does get picked pretty nastily with that ricochet, giving a lot of pressure onto Boomhev right now in this dual lane.
Put music behind that clip. Goodness gracious. That is going into the montage bake. If you are into montages, that oh my goodness. Put that to music. I can't even imagine how nice that would look. Meanwhile, getting for some aggression here. The Ares with a triple stun. LeFay walking away, limping away, trying to peel away the Bacchus, who gets pulled back in by the Willix, who's gonna be caught out here, probably loses his life. Does
Yep.
get picked out.
That's Zeta Wheelix for you. She says, hey, you're trying to leave? Well, we're going to either force you to walk out and catch up to you, or you're going to have to jump, and I'm going to bring you right back to my team. And we just saw that happen to the Bacchus. He got caught by the fishing rod.
caught by the fishing rod. Look what I caught. Look, I got a big fishy for my team. And you know, as a support there, you know, you see your team getting poked out. Like naturally, you want to show up and try to help them get away. And while you jump in like that, or excuse me, you walk up like that, and next thing you know, you want to jump away, and that's what Wheelix is good for. Another aggressive play coming out of Huyi. He's going back in. Medusa going to come out as a trade. Huyi uses the beads. Big
He
team
seems to
rotation
be in
coming in by the
big
Fairy.
danger right now. Doesn't understand what's happening to him. Does get picked by Flaming Skull on this Agni. A little too overzealous, trying to kill Craig on this Medusa.
Yeah, I think he's just feeling himself a little bit after that nasty ricochet earlier. I mean, how could you not? That was a really good play on his part. Medusa maybe be lazy backing. No, Gilgamesh
Uh,
doesn't catch him.
yeah, I feel like after that bounce and a couple autos, he could have just kept that pressure and went to go farm. He really didn't need to continue and all in after that, as he did get the worst end of that engagement, losing his beads and his ult, while Craig only committed his ult to that. Having that beads down does open up a Willix to a lot of rotations now, which could be the downfall for his lead.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you poke the Medusa out and force her to back up on all the way up under a tower, and the Medusa is very low HP. If you really wanted to kill her, you know, call for your team to come over. I mean, you know that's what the Medusa is doing. Medusa's getting poked out. Hey, let's go kill this Huyi. And that's exactly what happened. Huyi chose to be a little too aggressive and costing him his life.
Yep, completely. As Shiva is doing Shiva things, as he does have just roughly a 1/4 lead on the level. Craigophone getting picked out, losing his beads in retaliation. Ho Yi saying, "Hey, I saw your team came last time, so I'm getting it back in blood. You're gonna give me your beads."
Ares Blickle, Huyi, no beats here, but Medusa's not going to follow up. There's the Medusa ult. Huyi very low is going to barely make it out alive. Meanwhile, the rockhoppers are on their way to back up the dual lane. Ares is caught out here and has killed Shiva with the early rotation. Fortnite dancing away. LeFay ult, not really much use out of it, but they do get the kill on the Ares, so
Wow.
not much to complain about.
Very unfortunate for the side of the Ferrymen, thinking they're gonna pick up the boom head there. Everything looked like it was going their way. I guess it was just a disconnect between Craig Afro and Zombie Crusher. Didn't really have the same plan. Zombie Crusher just going in a little early before. Oh, as we see a fight, Gilgamesh getting burnt on his own ult.
Gilgamesh getting dropped the Agni bombs as the rockhoppers are trying to take this Gold Fury, but they're trying to leash it, and it's not really going well. Gilgamesh went in by himself and gets punished for it. And Gold Fury does not look like it's gonna fall yet, as the Ferrymen are putting up a good fight, good job on the Ferrymen's part to get them off of that. Try to buy their team a little more time to all group up and reset, and maybe fight for Gold Fury another time.
Yep. I really like the rotation by the Shiva, giving them a lot of pressure. It's just Cyber getting a little overzealous. I'd like for them to just like pack it up just a little bit and learn when just have a little bit more patience in these situations, as Boomhead is getting caught out here.
Pre-beats, but jumped into an Odin and gets caught out, and now the Ferrymen are on the front foot. Excuse me, Bacchus, in a sticky
Bacchus
situation here. They're gonna
seems to
catch
be
him
unaware of
out.
the
He's
situation
gonna
for
get the
them.
back off. Wow.
The Ferryman choosing to just reset after that, not really wanting to do gold after just watching that Boomhead is dead and that the support just backed. It would have definitely been the support call. Now they're losing the Pyromancer. Maybe we can see a steal. Nope, no steal happens. That was a winning situation for the Ferryman that they just didn't take advantage of after that back.
I mean, I was thinking that they were just gonna go straight to gold, and like maybe they knew Bacchus was there, but hey, let's just let him go and we'll just take gold. But nothing really came of it. And meanwhile, the rockhoppers said, "Hey, you guys are all resetting. Let's just go. Let's just go to Pyro. We'll take Pyro, and that's the first objective that falls." And I don't know. It's a weird situation. Like you would think the Ferrymen, you know, that they did a great job of keeping the rockhoppers off of gold. And now they're all grouped up. They get a pick on the Huyi. Let's go to Gold Fury, but it never happened. I would have liked to see that happen there, but here we are. No Gold Fury's still up, and I gotta imagine that they're gonna be looking to fight for it here. Just getting really aggressive onto the Huyi. Half his health bar already gone. Huyi no beats for another 80 seconds. Ares in the vicinity. Bacchus trying to come and help him out.
Because they were trying to set up a scheme to kill him. Luckily, Cyber was there to say, "Hey, I'm here, and if you try to dive, I'm here to contest this kill." Gold Fury half HP, it looks like.
The Fade is there. Posturing, they're going to reset it. The Wheelix pull onto the Bacchus. Bacchus getting blown up by the Aggie bombs. Meanwhile, Ares pulls a Huyi with no beads. Huyi's going to be in a lot of trouble here, and he will fall. Boomhead is dead. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh looking to the back line to pick up the Wheelix, and he does so. Cyber with a big kill there. And then the bracer, excuse me, the belt of frenzy coming out for the Gilgamesh, but nothing really coming of that. Meanwhile, over in the solo lane, it looked like was it Strat that soloed the Shiva? Yeah, I think that's what happened. Odin got him a solo kill, and Gold Fury is still sitting there waiting for someone to take it. Medusa on the retreat. Gilgamesh with a blink kick into the Medusa. The beat's coming out, but it will not be enough to save her lives. And the LeFay looking to be aggressive as well.
Yep, but what I really like to see is just Medusa just give up her relics. You're already dead there. There's Gilgamesh, he just drop kicked you, didn't really cost him anything, and still has his jump. He used his blink, but that's about it. She did double relic in that situation, which is now the go switch for the side of the rockhoppers to say, hey, she has no relics. Let's look for her in all these engagements. Me and Shiva can take her very easily. There's not much she can do to break the distance from us.
Yeah, the double use of the relics there, like there's no chance that you're making it out with your life. You just gotta hold on to that at that point. But meanwhile, the rockhoppers have hop onto gold, and the Ferrymen are here to try to retaliate. Will they be? Yes, the Ferrymen do security. I believe it was an Agni bomb that steals it away. And the rockhoppers already pretty low are on their retreat. Ferrymen on the chase. And the Bacchus is the target, it looks like. Bacchus, they're daring him to jump away. Willix is daring him to jump away. Any moment now, Willix is. Bacchus with a jump does get pulled in, and Willix not going to find a kill. Bacchus is still alive. Bacchus is now dead. Meanwhile, the Shiva did die somewhere else, and then Cyber falls. Just a team wipe, an all out team wipe by the Ferryman here. Full 5-man team wipe for the side of the Ferryman, and they get the Gold Fury. Couldn't have gone any better if you're a Ferryman on the side of the Ferryman. Absolutely well executed.
Now they're going to look to take this T1 potentially to 2-2 in left lane as there's nobody to contest it. And that's really just maximizing their gold. They just got gold. They got a 5-man wipe. They're getting the obelisk. And if they get a T2, that'll put them in a very comfortable spot. They're already now 4K, almost 5K up, exactly 5K up. And I guess they're going to stop at the T1. But man, that's a really great engagement for the side of the the Ferryman.
All right, the Rockhoppers were off to a pretty good start early on in the game, and back and forth we go. Basically, the Ferrymen have taken total control of this game yet again. It was a similar situation to game one, where the Rockhoppers seemed to have a pretty good early game, and it was at least stalled out a little bit, pretty even, and then it just went straight to the side of the Ferryman. I'm frozen. You guys hear me? Oh,
Well, as we
interesting.
reach another pause, the feels like the 90th one so far in the set. Uh, I wonder what the problem is this time.
Oh man. Take your guess, place your bets. Is it a DC? Is it a bug? Is it a hey, we just need a breather, we need a timeout, piss break. What's happening here, lads? What's your guess, Dev?
I don't know. Maybe somebody got a phone call or something really important. I couldn't really guess. Hopefully, Boomhead was not bugged again and can see his items and buy an item.
That would be another. If that happens again, I'm gonna feel really bad for Boomhead. It just Smite does not want him to play right now. Apparently,
Apparently, hopefully so. He has still paused. Not a clue in sight to why the pause is still there.
but up to this point, though, we look at the levels here. I mean, Strat with a huge 4 level lead over the Shiva there. Basically, everyone on the Ferryman's got a lead, and it feels really bad if you're a rock hopper. Everything was going pretty well. It was pretty even. They were almost a little ahead, and then that Gold Fury fight does not go your way. You get team wiped and lose the Gold Fury, and next thing you know, the Ferrymen are in total control again. What is your game plan on the side of the rock hoppers? What are you trying to do here?
Their comp just needs to really play into the Ares' favor. Like they need to play it the way the Ares wants to play. Pull a beads, disengage, go back the next fight. and potentially kill because Shiva really can just keep walking at somebody even with the Ares ult. I would trust in the Gilgamesh to just start the fight, maybe even let the Ares pull him while Shiva is walking down the backline or they just got one shot and just hope so he just has it for a later engagement. But they need to remove some pressure from one person on the map. They need to just cut somebody down before all of their leads start to grow at an accelerated rate.
Right. I think that would be a good plan of attack here. You got to give a lot of credit to Zombie though. Zombie's done a great job of taking advantage of the Su Yi when his beads are down. His beads have come out pretty early on, and they match that with the Ares ult. He just gets blown up as you mentioned in that Gold Fury fight. Meanwhile, the Ferrymen do pick up Pyro, and the rockhoppers just don't have the numbers. They bleak into the back line. Comes the Odin. The Willix gets the ult off into the Bacchus. Morgan Le Fay has to counter with the Ares. A lot of fighting going on here. Bracers coming out on both sides. Shiba getting chased down by Willix does get picked off. 100 Big Balls picking up the kill there, and Gilgamesh does fall as well. The Agni bombs are huge. Medusa gets traded out. Meanwhile, it's a 2-for-1. Still fighting going on. And Willix looking very low. Bacchus is going to fall. That is a 3-for-1 trade. I think that's going to be all. And we have Doomhead just chilling here. No, they're going to continue to find more kills. Mark falling. That's a 4-for-1 trade. You lose your ADC for 4. I mean, hey, listen, as an ADC player, dying a whole lot, my team gets a lot of kills. We take that, right?
Yep. I mean, the Ferryman, it's just right now, this Odin is actually the grandest raid boss they could ever deal with right now. Odin, on top of spamming shields consistently, it has a 4-level lead on his lane opponent. I would be fighting away from him because right now he's just simply not killable. He is way too high up in his build right now to kill. They need to try to play around this Craig Afro, pick him and put him in a position to where he's just as low so that it counteracts how far ahead Strat is right now on this Odin.
Gotta also talk about the fact that the rockhoppers, no shell, no phantom shells coming out here. Um, I mean, I would think that's a no-brainer into an Odin. I mean, is there any world where you're playing an Odin and you say no, the Phantom build not an option? Like you would think that's a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, I would be thinking that just because they also have their Wheelix, like you have a team that has a lot of jumps, but none of you really want to risk your jump with this Wheelix. The Phantom Shell will alleviate a lot of that pressure as the shield can eat the Odin walls damage while also getting them out. So it's just perfect perfect for this situation right now, and going it is kind of a mistake on the side of the Rockhoppers.
You know, Hui is in a very bad position here. Aries gonna ult. Hui gonna hold on to his beads and probably will still end up losing his life. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh is here to try to fight back. Medusa does come out to secure the kill. Medusa is looking very low. Gilgamesh looking for the trade. Does find it. Meanwhile, Strat picks up another solo kill, it looks like. Or was it a bigger fight? Wasn't quite sure what happened there, but across the board, going in the way of the Ferryman, I mean, it's an ADC for ADC, and then you pick up the Shiva yet again. As you mentioned, this Odin is very big right now, and Felix looking to pick up the Bacchus, gets the ult off on the Bacchus, who's at half HP now, looking to run away, but will lose his life, gets picked out all alone in the mid lane.
Yep. They just need to be really, really, really respectful of their location. Bacchus can't really afford to eat that. He doesn't have beads really up, and well, he did have beads up for that engagement. And he also doesn't have bubble, so he needs to really be careful with his jumps, especially right now in the late game. As if your support dies at a very unconventional time late game, you can lose really big objectives like the Oni Fury.
As we do see the Oni Fury going in the way of the Ferryman. LeFay gets caught into an Odin wall. She is all alone, but Willis is going to be running away. Hui is there to back up the LeFay, and LeFay able to live through that. It would be a really bad situation to die there after you already lost Oni. What are you even dying for at that point? But she does get away, fortunately.
Yep, I would really like to see what the Gilgamesh and the Hou Yi try to do in the left lane just slightly earlier. Is just keep killing this Medusa. They can't really pull Fire Giant too effectively if the Medusa is dead because she is a lot of the burn to get Agni to the point where he can secure it. And if Agni's having to use his bombs to get the Fire Giant to that low point, then they can't really secure it effectively.
Right. Yeah, you make a good point. I think the issue with that though was that the Gilgamesh was basically there to attempt to save the Hui's life. You know, if it's more of a hey, let's kill this Medusa, she's the shred, then you know that makes a lot of sense. But it was just a little too late, so Hui dies for it. You're trading ADC for ADC, and so um, I mean, not really much to come of that. You're not feeling too good about that, right?
Yep, exactly. Just a better like they just need to be on top of their word placements. Ares and Gilgamesh should not be able to just freely walk into the lane without them knowing that they're coming. At least a good 5 to 10 seconds before they step into the lane.
Fire Giant has started. The Ferrymen are grouped up as five, posturing to maybe take a fight, look for a pick here, and then as we talk about it, the Ares blink into the back line. All three beads coming out. That is big Ares. A lot of value out of the blink on the Ares. And
Yep,
they're just
and
going
on the
straight to
three
pyro.
targets he wants the most, the three people that all have to rely on a jump to get out. If any of them have to jump in the next situation, it is very, very bad for them, and that could spell the game with just one walk down of a mid or right
Mm-hmm.
lane.
God, man, Zombie is on top of his game with this Ares right now. I get a lot of credit to Zombie Crusher on this Ares. The rockhoppers. I'm not sure about this one. All three of your beads are out. They have the Ferrymen have the advantage in this fight. I mean, you do not want to be picking up this fire. Gilgamesh getting
Gilgamesh
poked out,
getting
already down to
jumped.
half. Bacchus tried to flop in to save his life.
Oh,
Medusa
Willix
ult
with the
coming out.
ult.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. Old occasion, the Bacchus. Bacchus is all alone. Shiba trying to get in there to get some heals off. Agni with huge bombs into the back line. The Aegis that comes out in the fade to alleviate some of that pain. Bacchus trying to peel off the Agni. The Bleak coming out to try to kill the Bacchus. No one's dead yet. Everyone's backing off. Ares is super low. Is going to have to reset. And I think we're just going to continue the Fire Giant dance.
Yeah, the Ferryman fumbled really big in that fight as a Willix did miss ult. That could have changed the fight very quickly as pulling somebody in means a lot. There was a lot of times where the side of the rockhoppers they just got to jump away for free because they knew that ultimate ability was down. And if she had that ultimate up at any point, that fight goes sideways for a lot of the front line and the Hou Yi in the back line for the side of the rockhoppers.
But if it doesn't feel too bad. You get a second go at it, right? Because the Helix ult already back up. Those three Bs are still down for another minute, and Ares ult is also back up. Not to mention, you don't really need to beat yourself up about that too much. You're still in a really good position here, and they feel so good, in fact, that they're picking up Fire Giant. Only three members of the Rockhoppers here to defend this. The Ares ult
Hou Yi
coming
should
out.
have jumped the second he blinked. Not really getting committed on too hard. He does lose half his HP. Mark X Wing does pick up Flaming Skull in the back line. Nobody there to stop and peel. Fight is going really well for the side of the Rockhoppers right now. Gilgamesh dropping ult.
Was in the backline by himself, found the kill on the Hu Yi, but meanwhile trying to retreat to the Fei. Mark Wing's waiting on him on the other side. Medusa ult comes out, will not be enough to save her life. She will fall to Cyber, and the Rockhoppers take advantage of a split up Ferryman fight. I mean, as the Ferryman is very split up in that engagement, and they just take full advantage of it. Fire Giant did not go down, and the Rockhoppers are running this down. They're looking to steal away this game. It looks like Relix Beats come out looking to get away. She does get away. Ares doing a great job peeling. And they're just going to take the tier 2. They'll take the 3 lives, the 3 for
This
1
should be the
trade,
mid
take the
turret.
tier 2 in mid. And they're going to look to be more aggressive in the mid lane. Maybe pick up the Ares. 4 grouped up here on the Phoenix. They're going to try to take this away as the
They're
Delta
shredding
Frenzy
this
comes
bird
out.
with the Delta Frenzy. They need to get this bird and get out as fast as possible as Agni has returned.
Agni bombs, huge coming out. They pick up the double kill, and the Rockhoppers are limping away. A Wheelix ult comes out. That is 3 dead for a Phoenix. I mean, it feels good to pick up a Phoenix, but losing 3 is not a good way to do so. And if you're the Ferryman, I imagine you're running straight to fire now.
They're trying to walk it down mid. There, it looks like they're trying to do the end call as their support is backing. I guess they're just gonna. No, he doesn't stop. He stops backing. Now they're gonna hit the fire.
Yeah,
Honestly, I would still say that the win for the side of the Rockhoppers, they get that bird. Even if they lose fire, they can just stall it out, and they still do have that mid pressure as the constant fire waves will walk down.
that was pretty huge to pick up the Phoenix there, but now the Fire Giant is on the mind of the Ferryman. You only have 2 members here to defend it. It is your 2 damage dealers. Aries ult coming out to try to pick up the Huni. His beads are out. Wheelix daring him to jump away. He is able to jump away freely. Wheelix with the ult in the back pocket still. Fire Giant and a quarter HP.
The
Lefay there
side of
for a
the
potential
Ferryman looking
steal.
very low.
The Ferrymen do confirm it. Meanwhile, Wheelix gets the ult up on the Bacchus. Bacchus is going to not take too much damage. The Ferrymen are limping away, but with Fire Giant around their belt, that feels really good. They're going to try to make a full reset here. I don't think that the rockhoppers are going to be able to chase us out, and the Ferrymen will get a full reset with Fire Giant.
Yep, the Ferrymen still kind of have to play this very safely, as one misstep could spell the game for them, and that would be their first loss of the season. The rockhoppers, they should be playing this very safe, very methodically. They are appearing to go for this gold fairy just to get a little gold under their belt. Not down too much, only 4K, as in the last game there was a 12K gold differential by the time the game ended.
Yeah, get a lot of credit to the Rockhoppers. They are not backing down from this challenge. The Ferrymen have been very dominant this season, but they are here to fight, and they're definitely putting up a good fight here against the Ferrymen. Still a pretty dominant performance, and like we already touched on, they got the full reset with the Fire Giant. They're in a really good position to make a siege here on those tier 2s. Maybe go look for a bird. And meanwhile, their mid Phoenix is still halfway. How would you say 50% away from being back online? So that's something that you have to worry about. But at the end of the day, the Freeman are you got to be feeling really good with the Fire Giant and probably looking to push down this left hand side.
Yep. The side of the rockhoppers, though, they do have a very good Titan. I mean, Phoenix Titan, they have a great defense. I'd like to see them just defend these birds until the Fire Giant does expire, because it is very hard for the side of the Ferryman to walk into a bird safely with all those big circles on standby.
Right, Phoenix defense, you are feeling pretty good if you're with the draft with your Phoenix defense here, and they may not be looking to make a Phoenix defense. Meanwhile, the Blink Aries ult into the back. The Huyi with no beats gets caught out and blown up. And that is a huge pick. They could potentially look to push on the Phoenix now. They're definitely going to be looking to push on the mid Phoenix to try to counter their mid Phoenix going down. Shiba getting poked up with the Agni bombs. And out comes the Bracer to push down this mid Phoenix. It's going to crumble. And on the Ferryman side, you aggress? No, they're going to be looking for the left side Phoenix now. Smart play, playing it very safe here. Let's just pick up another Phoenix and potentially just to add a lot more fire to fuel to the flames. And you're feeling good as a Ferryman. Still got Fire Giant around your belt. There's a lot of things you could do here. Full HP. Wheelix ult still in hand. And there's a lot of things that can happen. Hu Yi, with his beats back up, will respawn in 10 seconds.
Yep. As the Ferryman's Phoenix does come back, they just turned a really great time for the rockhoppers to a horrible time. As their worst bird is now down, and now they can't really defend this next fire giant that'll be coming up in approximately 2.5 minutes. So they can't really do much about that. So on the side of Boomhev, just walking up on his own without his beads is really bad. He needs to be playing at a very safe distance for Bacchus to be able to see the Ares and have enough time to react before the blink ult goes off. And I guess he just got caught in the moment, stepping up too far and getting punished for it really hard, losing his team, both the middle Phoenix and the left bird.
Right. We touched on it earlier on in the picks and bans, and as a Huyi, no CC immunity in your kit. That beads is the only thing you got. And with the Ares and the Wheelix, very dangerous CC. Like with no beads, like you have to be sitting behind your team, like very, very far behind. Any given moment, you could be caught out and just, as we saw, basically it's a killed right there by the Ares ult into probably 2 Agni bombs. It's a lot of damage. There was no shot he made that alive. Long story short.
Yep, this is one of those times where I feel like it's okay for him to upgrade his beads really early, because he kind of does need that beads to be up at all times. And upgrading your beads early does make it really hard for this Ares Awilix to do what they want to do, having it up so consistently.
And Boomhev is doing the his classic split pushing as he was doing earlier in this game. Was it this in this game or last game? He was doing the same thing, but
Yep, forcing
pretty
4 people to back though does feel good to relieve some pressure to the time that it takes for the fire giant to despawn off of the side of the ferryman.
Right,
allowing
that
his
fire
team to step
giant.
up.
Right, that fire giant has worn off. EFG enhanced fire giant will be spawning in here momentarily, and if you're the rockhoppers, I mean, you don't want to give that up for free, but you've also got two birds down. Like how are you looking to defend this fire giant and defend the two phoenixes at the same time? Meanwhile, Mark is picked up. Excuse me, I did not even notice Mark was very far pushed up, and now this should be a free enhanced fire giant. Ares blink into the back one. Hui bees are forced out. And that is a big beast to pick up. Another beat. Great job by Zombie to pick up a huge relic off of the Hui. Not going to be able to push up. On the, if he does, as we saw earlier, will be punished for it. Even though it wouldn't be the Ares ult this time, will be punished nonetheless. Oh no, coming out, daring him to jump away. Boomheb smartly not doing so. Fire Giant is at half HP, but they're going to leash it. Bacchus ult is out. Oh, Hui going to jump away. Lilik's not going to fund the ult. Oh, Lilik's ult is down. Meanwhile, Flaming Skull picks up Cyber into the back line. Shiva and Gilgamesh trying to make some play to the back line is not going to work out. Shiva getting very low. Bacchus trying to peel them away. Shiva is going to die. Fall to Flaming Skull. The Willet's ult finally coming out onto the Bacchus. That is a team wipe going the way to Ferrymen. Triple kill for Flaming Skull. Now, I mean, you're looking at the end here, right? Like, this is definitely an end. Game 2 going in the way of the Ferrymen. But Faye potentially making a defense here. I mean, it's a miracle play. It's all it could take. She does pick up Kregafro, but the damage too much to handle. Aggie bombs, fire minions, and that is game 2 going the way of the Ferryman 2-0 and a best of 5. My goodness, another dominant performance for the Ferryman.
Yep. Like I was saying earlier, this flaming skull on the Agni synergy made in heaven. He went 12, 1, and 11. If that's not what you want your mid laner to do, then I don't know what you want your mid laner to do. He was showing very well performance in that game, picking up a triple kill at the very end to secure his team the victory.
Right, I mean, it's just the Odin was too big of a problem to ignore. The air, give a lot of credit to Zombie Crusher as well. Just always in the face. Every time that blink was up, he was blinking into the back line, ulting, forcing out the beads, and then you basically never see Agni. Agni can just sit so far away, and those bombs are gonna rain down fire. Like as we touched on, Flaming Skull, just making your day horrible, making your game horrible. You can't play the game. Great job on the side of the Ferryman. Just absolutely perfectly. I would say almost perfectly executed on their team comp. And
Yep.
if you're the Rockhoppers at this point, what are you looking to do to try to take a game away here? Maybe fight your way back into the set.
Well, they are learning. They did show really great signs at the very beginning of that game. They had pressure in a lot of areas that they wanted. They just kind of stepped on the gas too hard and lost the pressure where they had it. And as we could see, the other team just had so many more wards. Zombie Crusher dropping 20 wards, probably a combination of the Bracer plus himself.
All right, I think we're gonna take a intermission, a quick break in between game 2 and game 3, I believe, and we will be back. Game 3, Season 6.
Uh, Season 5, as we see
Season 5. Did
Cyber.
I say 6?
Yep, you said 6. Cyber
I
getting
think
his Loki banned again.
I said 6 because of the signups recently. It just said, but excuse me. Season 5 of QSL Quack and Smite League back in the Deep Sea Finals. Game 3 is a best of 5, so this is back against the wall for the rockhoppers. They got to win out. It's all or nothing. The bans are the same as game 2. Loki targeting the cyber. I'm at
Nope. Same bands as the last 2 games, basically. They rep a band Loki, Cleo, and Bastet, Ganesh. All these guys are the same bands from last game.
and the same pick as well. Gilgamesh again. They want to go back to the Gilgamesh. I can't argue with that. The Agni coming back to Flaming Skull. Let's go, Flaming Skull, man. That is your god. You're not
Yep,
allowed to play anything else.
he's really feeling himself right now on the Agni. Really putting the flaming skull to his name.
Really making his name mean something here. Medusa coming out. It's the same exact picks and bans thus far. Are we just replaying game 2? Not sure.
Yep.
Seems
Are we
like it.
getting game 2, part 2 again, like game 1?
It's just a salty run back for the Rockhoppers. Let's just do it again. Let's just do
But
exactly what we just did, except
they're
for we're
really
gonna try to
debating
do it
right
better.
now. Yeah, they're really debating on picking up the what guy did they pick last time at this point?
The Bacchus and Hui, yeah,
Oh, yep, it was the Bacchus and the Yi. Let's see if we'll
Bacchus
see it
and
again back in the duo lane.
we'll see. The southern accent coming out of Zab. Zab is feeling himself too, I guess.
As we do wait, using a lot of bank time as we see Squidward come out from Boomhev
Squidward,
on the Cthulhu.
Squidward, Cuddaloo coming out. Cuddaloo can't really put the words just how much of a menace he is in the solo lane right now.
Yep, just a big blob of HP that's really hard to burn right now in this meta.
A Raw being picked by
Yep,
Mark.
Raw. I haven't seen this god very often at all. Just a kind of a god, I guess, is a comfort pick for Mark X Wings. Wings, Raw, maybe a little
Even
synergy there
gods
too.
must heed the scales of
Nemesis to
fate.
counteract the Cthulhu, very big pickup here. Nemesis destroys Cthulhu's HP pool as she takes 30% of it and a lot of his prot.
So that's the biggest worry that you have when you're locking into Cthulhu. Like, oh man, they lock in a Nemesis. That's a huge counter. And as we see the Wukong band coming out as a respect band towards Strat. Uh, on the other side, we've yet to see the pick up the ADC. Let's target ban the Hui. Let's get the counter on out as well, and then the Kepri ban taking it away from Zombie Crusher.
Yep, so far we just see standard bans. Cthulhu. Oh, I mean, yeah, no. Kepri not trying to deal with that god. Wukong, Strat trying to keep him off of something comfortable. Chiron and Ho Yi, 2 good gods that either just outlive Cthulhu's burst or just straight up shred him as well.
This game is just a wipe, dude. He gave Flaming Skull Agni again. Like the dude is literally a Flaming Skull. How
Yep,
dare
Mark trying to counteract it with the Raw and the Wings. He's gonna show the Eagles justice or whatever the voice line is for the American Raw skin.
you make a good point. You're noticing these things that I'm not noticing. The wings on the Raw and the Flaming Skull and the Agni. That one was easy to pick up on, but the wings on the Raw, the Raw is a bird. He's got wings. That makes sense. Everyone's
Yep.
just playing to their full potential, playing to their names,
Now let's see.
staying true to who they are.
Yep, let's try to see if we can see it's really Cyborg on a robot god. And maybe Zombie Crusher on the Zombie Sasano skin to mix things up.
Sano support. Zombie skin. I would love to see it. Bacchus gets locked in here, but not on the Rockhopper side this time. It is going to Zombie Crusher.
Yep.
Avery's getting picked up on the other side.
No, I really like the front line coming out from the rockhoppers right now. Cthulhu, really big HP, Ares pulls beads, and Gilgamesh is just there to disrupt. They have a lot of area denial and a lot of CC coming out from this front line right now. Really hard for the backline to choose who they want to deal with first. And the Ares is really good into this Nembuckus Agni as they all have to go for beads again. Let's see if it's Jinji can do the same on the Ares that Zombie Crusher was doing.
Looking at you're looking at their game two relics, and you had the three blinks to start off with. You're probably not gonna be feeling too good doing that again, especially if you're a nemesis with no CC immunity. Gonna be leaning towards the beads. I'm not even sure you go blink on that anyways. Meanwhile, we get the Jingwei locked in, really safe hunter. If you're playing Jingwei, you're just basically planning not to die. Just stay alive as long as you can.
As we see, Strat does take the Odin again. I wonder if he's gonna go to the hot dog Odin skin. Some people might call it the Glodin skin for Glizzy, but man, oh man, this Odin, he was doing wonders last game for his team. Let's see if he can do the same thing this game.
All right, Strat just he notices the Wukong got banned from game one, ban him out in game two and game three. You don't ban out the Odin, so I just go back to the Odin. Like I don't need the Wukong. The Odin went really well. We'll just do that again. And this
Yep.
time, I feel like it's a lot better. I wouldn't even say a lot better because it worked out last game where even though everyone had to jump, you had no Wheelix, so like you're daring them to jump away. And now you got the Raw who just can't get out of it. You got the I'm not sure you want to really lock a Cthulhu and Ares towards your team, but I mean, you could just it's another Ares denying them from pushing forward into your backline. Really,
Completely agree. This Gilgamesh and Ares and Cthulhu, they are gonna have a really good time trying to get onto this Agni and this Medusa. But let's see if this Odin, Bacchus, Nemesis can kill the other backline quicker than the other front line can kill their backline. As Nemesis and Bacchus can one shot Ra here, as he has no mobility to get away from either of them.
and that's really what it's all about. Huh? Let's just see who dies first. Like let's just run at the squishies. You send your guys this way, I send my guys that way. Who dies first? And this particular trade, I'm not feeling too good if I'm a Raw. I think Raw just dies right away. I mean, you could try your best to get off your damage, get off your heals, but as you mentioned, you're basically getting one shot by a Bacchus Nim combo, and that's about it for your life. And then on the other side of things, like you have a lot of potential with the Cthulhu and the Gilgamesh, but I feel like I mean the Agni, the Medusa just have a lot more survivability. So it's like, yeah, Raw's dead first, and I'm alive. So let's all group up and fight 4v5 because Raw won't live.
Yep. And Cthulhu has to play these fights really cautious because Nemesis can't just ult him at any time and say, "Hey, I ulted Cthulhu, let's just burn him," and then they're just down a teammate. And that just makes the fight so much easier for the side of the Ferrymen, just removing that big obstacle as fast as possible.
Yeah, we don't like Squidward. We see Squidward in the sky. We kill Squidward as fast as we can, especially when you have Nemesis. He just doesn't get the chance to play the game as Squidward, if you would, an enlarged Squidward.
Yep. Squidward after he eats all the Krabby Patties, I like to call him.
The Krabby Patties. Who are you favoring just based off of these picks and bans going into Game Three?
Off of picks and bans alone, I'm gonna have to go with the side of the Ferrymen. They just seem more comfortable on the gods that they're on, and we've just seen in both game one and game two that they just know how they want to play their comp and how they want to maneuver against the enemy comp in comparison to the Rockhoppers.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that. I think the Ferrymen. We knew it coming into the set. They're extremely favored to win this one, and nothing here has changed and picks and bans to change my outlook on that. The Ferrymen are favored. They have what it takes to win this game to close out this set and potentially win the finals, the deep sea finals of season five, not season six, season five. And yeah, this could be it. We are potentially heading into our final game of the set that is going on for a lot longer than it feels like it has.
Yes, we have been watching Smite game for a good old 2 and 50 minutes, 2 hours and 50 minutes.
But
That is a
who's
lot of Smite.
keeping count, man? Who's keeping count? I'm enjoying myself. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Anyone out there joining us, I hope you are as well. Uh, who doesn't love Smite, man? Smite's perfect. There's nothing wrong with Smite.
Nothing at all. As we'll load up into the game, as we start to see all the builds come out, Nemesis opting for the blink early might be a little questionable on this Ares pickup coming up into her, that
Right.
she might be the target if an Ares does get a really good early in grab off on her.
I touched on that a little, like I thought. Excuse me. I thought the beads would be a must have here on this draft for the Nemesis. But hey, if they want to be aggressive, they want to get super aggressive, then that's the play. Is the blink is the play for aggression. But everyone else, literally everyone else on their team says, "Hey, you know what? You're on your own on that one. I'm gonna play safe. I'm gonna get beat."
Yep. Jingwei opting for a really old build that was seen sometimes last season on gods that could not take advantage of a crusher. She goes that gilded poison star start or wind demon, but it usually is poison star. I mean not poison star, shadow steel.
Shadow Steel Shuriken. Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't seen that item in a long time. This will be an interesting build to see how this pans out. But I mean, what do you think about Jingwei? Like getting your build. I mean, it's going to be really hard to just deny any form for Jingwei, and because you're gonna have a hard time killing her, and then she's gonna just come back to lane if you do manage to poke her out pretty hard. So just fly back in the lane, not miss a whole lot of form.
Yep, I call Jingwei the Angry Bird God because she can just fly into lane, die, and then be back in lane just as quick as she died.
Right. Even if you did manage to kill her, which you probably won't, but even if you do, she'll be right back. She's not gonna miss a whole lot.
Yep, at max she'll miss 1 or 2 minions as we see our earlier blink in from the Ares, getting a lot of his HP bar consumed from him from this Bacchus Medusa.
I'm not sure that aggression goes the ways of the rockhoppers. I mean, they lose out on a lot of HP. They yet to even full clear the wave, and Ares is still choosing to be aggressive. Basically, the supports fighting each other's ADCs, and it's a very interesting duel lane start there. Very interesting to say the least.
Yeah, both reaching an impasse, neither one being able to really put much of a scratch on the other ADC as they are supports early game. Ares getting hit with a mean combo coming out from Craig Afro and Zombie Crusher, coming out for first blood.
Right, Bacchus and Medusa just screams aggression. You get that flop off, and Medusa roots you, and there's not much of a chance of living at that point. Even if you are a a tanky boy of the Ares, not much of a chance you live through that. And first blood going in the way of the Ferrymen, and just a testament to how dominant this performance has been in this set. Is what we expected, really. I mean, the Rockhoppers have done a good job most of the early game on both game one and game two, but the Ferrymen have seems like they've found an answer to the early game problem they've had.
Yep, I would really like for the Rockhoppers to just keep their mental. I know at this kind of point of a game, and most sets are like most two best of three sets where you lose one game and then your mental shot because you have one more chance. And at this point, it's probably what they're going through is like, all right, we're on our last leg. We're probably just gonna lose. But if they keep their mentals, they could probably catch the Ferrymen being a little overzealous as they are just one game away from winning. They could just pull something out and hit that comeback story.
Who does a good comeback story, a good underdog story, if you will? You're right. Both mentals, it could hurt the Ferrymen being as confident as we've seen them, but the Rockhoppers have also done a good job of showing that they're not running away from the fight. They're going to take the fight. It's just hasn't really gone their way so far. And yeah, you're right though. Being down 2-0 never feels good. So we'll have to see how they can hold if they can hold together, if they can come together and fight for one another. See if they can pull a game out of this set, maybe fight their way back into it.
Yeah, but I'd love to see that story. As I don't like to see 3-0s. They kind of bore me. But if that's what happens, then I guess the Ferryman deserved it.
Bacchus look for aggression on Jing Wei. I mean, you knock her up, she's just gonna dash away anyways. But losing out on a
Getting
lot of
really
HP will
close.
be fine. Yeah.
Aries hitting that chain probably saved the day, as she probably would have died from just the knockups, just damage alone, saving his teammate.
Great cripple, as you said, by Jinji to potentially save Boomhev's life, and as we already touched on, despite the fact that she got poked out really hard, she's gonna just come right back in the lane and not miss a beat.
Yep, there's the Angry Bird effect. Hey,
Alright.
I'm back. I just respawned.
Didn't even miss a wave, didn't miss a single creep, and back to farming she goes, doesn't miss out on anything. Meanwhile, Bacchus with an early rotation in the mid, nothing to be found there.
Yep, both teams really just jabbing at loose ends right now. Not much to really do, as everybody's positioning is pretty fine right now. Nobody really overstepping anything that they shouldn't be.
Get the level 5 Medusa here. Jingwei respecting the ultimate, the potential of the ultimate coming out and playing safely. As Jingwei does find some chunky autos on the Medusa, getting her down to half HP.
Gilgamesh does look to be making an early rotation onto this Medusa, trying to cut her off and go around. The demonic Gilgamesh, also known as It's Really Cyborg, moving around, trying to maneuver behind this Medusa. That is backtracking.
Postured here to evade this purple, but as we see Flaming Skull and Zombie Crusher rotating as well, could potentially have an early fight happening here. As Gilgamesh does start the
Cyber
purple,
not
Agnes
aware.
there. Just completely unaware, as you said, Cyber just gets caught out with a Medusa ult, a couple of Agni bombs. Will seal his fate. They didn't even secure the purple, or did they? No, they did not. Purple goes the way of the Ferrymen, and lose your life for nothing. It feels bad for the Cyber. Ares gets a pull into the Nemesis with no bees, as we mentioned earlier. The cripple finds his way onto the Nemesis. Roll coming out is
Searing
huge,
pain
and will
coming
lose
out
her life.
strong from Mark X Wingstop, hitting the searing pain, doing a lot of the Nemesis' HP, forcing her to literally saying, "Get off my red buff. This isn't yours."
And we already touched on it. You not opting to go blink on the Nemesis there. No CC immunity. The Ares gets a pull, and that seals your fate. Not to mention the cripple coming in, and you can't dash away now, and you're also really slow, making it easier to hit you with this roll. And yeah, great job on the Rockhopper side to punish Hunter Big Balls for his aggression. Great job on their side.
Yep, I really like what's happening. This solo lane is kind of just a slugfest. Neither can really kill each other. Not much to watch over there. Cthulhu is just getting his early pressure, as he can just go into a triple prot start and not take any damage while dishing out a lot of damage, as we see 148 from one tick of his 2 onto this Odin.
Celestial Legion Helm, popular item for Guardian solos at the moment, so it makes a lot of sense. It's very giving you a lot of take, give you some damage. It gives you a little bit of everything for sure. Guardian, it feels pretty nice.
Yep. This dual lane, Medusa really just putting on the pressure show on this Jingwei. Jingwei just a guy that wants to get to late. Can't really deal with the pressure that Medusa presents, but she can AFK her lane pretty well.
Nemesis lurking around the corner, maybe looking for Raw to get too aggressive. And then, of course, once again, Jingwei, although loses the post game, as we would expect, is just going to fly back in the lane. Probably won't miss a single creep, even if it does enter the tower. Not going to miss all on a beat. That's the power of Jingwei. You might not be able to poke out, but you will not lose farm either.
Yep. Only having to share the wave with the tower, not really losing too much gold or XP, but it will eventually accumulate if she keeps having to lose these towers to splitting them with the tower.
That, as you did predict, that is well, Genji finds the kill over on Strat. Hunter Big Mall's counter gets the counter trade onto the Cthulhu solo for solo. And that's really all that happens here. I think what the story was there, Nim ults the Cthulhu roll as we would expect, and most solo winners die in that case. But
Ares getting caught out in the right lane.
oh, it's a big Agni bombs coming out. Ares super low, trying to find a way out of this with his life, and he does. Gilgamesh gets a dive onto the Nemesis. Nemesis is gonna try to make it out here. It looks like she will. While with the ult, the blink, get past it. Raw's bees are forced out, and he is in a sticky situation now, all alone, just continuing to push forward to try to find a kill. Will be punished, and Mark will fall.
Mark falling there, it's kind of not what they want there. They really just wanted to get Gingy out. They got him out, and then they just tried to keep pushing on something that they couldn't get, which is really unfortunate for the side of the rockhoppers.
I mean, the Nim just got so low in that fight. It looked like she was gonna die at one point, and she got the blink off to get past the Raw. And I guess Mark was just so tunnel vision on picking up that kill and just wasn't able to find it. Really unfortunate there.
Even having to expel his bead at the same time, which cannot feel good for him right now,
Right.
especially against the Bacchus, who can just kind of do half his HP bar if he picks up the obelisk. A big rotation coming out onto the left lane from the Bacchus to find nothing. Just to back up, just to show a little bit of face, get a little bit of pressure on the left side of the map.
And as you said, despite the Jingwei passive, like eventually it could turn into something actually getting aggressive into the mid. Raw gonna be down almost to no HP. He's gonna have to find his way back to base. Bacchus is haunting down that Raw, looking for a lazy back. No beads on him. The burp comes out, but the
He doesn't have enough mana.
speed boost will get him away. And as you mentioned, Bacchus is gonna not chase him down any further. Guess we'll just return to base safely.
Even though he didn't get anything there, he did force the Raw to miss a wave, having to give it to the Gilgamesh and the Ares.
It's a great point. I mean, Will Aries is out here taking his red buff. He says he sees an Agni with a lot of rage and he doesn't care. I'm just gonna take this red anyways.
He's saying, hey, I'm the real fire god. You're going to feel my change, and then you're going to feel my flamethrower. And Agni's like, all right, you can have the title right now. Keep my red. It's yours.
Probably gonna be looking for revenge on that a little bit later, I would imagine. But as you predicted, though, the Jingwei opting to go into the Shadow Steel there. The Speaking of the Jingwei, the Gilgameshes looking towards duo, but Medusa must have him on a ward, playing safely. That is a pretty weird start. Not a normal start, you would say, on the Shadow Steel early on, or
Yeah,
it's an
it's not
old
something you
build.
see often. Very old meta. As a Pyromancer is getting attacked by the side of the Ferryman, getting it for virtually free.
And basically caught the rockhoppers sleeping there. I guess it seems like they had no clue that was going on, so they get that for free. And feels good. Feels good to just kill things. Feels good to kill big objectives, neutral camps, and not have to sacrifice anything for it.
Yep. As these two ADCs are just not really able to do anything to each other. One just wants to AFK and is doing it, and the other one can't really get the pressure that they want because the other one just is always back in the lane.
It's so frustrating to have to deal with a Jingwei like that. Meanwhile, we get an Odin Cage coming out to the Cthulhu. The Nimble is going to find their way onto the Cthulhu. Is going to go up into this big, huge square where it finds a double knock up. And it looks like Cthulhu will save his life despite two ults being used to try to kill him. And they will go back to farming. Was that an early bubble? Is it a Magi's click on the Nemesis? Very early. Wow.
She realized that she doesn't have beads, and she realized the downfall of her mistake. So she's like, "Hey, I don't have beads. I need this now, or I might lose this the game just off of my relic choice." As they
Here.
do blink to the door of the red again, stealing
And
away the red
he
from
will
him
throw
again,
it again.
saying, "Hey, man, I reminded you once that this is mine. I'm gonna do it again."
Meanwhile, Bacchus is basically 1v1ing the Raw. The Raw's looking to try to find a way out. And then blinked in, it looked like to try to pick up the Raw, but was met with 3 rockhoppers, and she's on the retreat, and everyone's still alive. But the Ares is in a bad position. Gets a triple pull, forces out the bees on the Odin. Ares will still live. Gilgamesh looking for a fight back into the mid. Now he's going to kick the Bacchus into the wall. Odin finding a cage, trapping 3 people. Medusa with a rotation, huge ult to the Gilgamesh who gets shredded. Cyber falls. Agni looking for some poke. The bomb is coming out pretty big, and that is a 1-for-nothing trade. And going the way of the Ferrymen, who are looking for Gold Fury now. Jing Wei is there. Do they
Getting
realize
called
that
out
Jing
on a
Wei is not
ward,
back?
seeing she was pathing off of the dying minion vision. Them just kind of zoning her, saying, "Hey, we're not gonna let you walk over to this Gold Fury," getting her bubble popped very effortlessly.
Jingwei is basically trying to go out with a bang here. It looks like, and she's gonna get caught out. If she, I thought Boomhead was just gonna back and maybe try to fly over to goal and defend it, but he decided he was gonna go out like a man. He was gonna if he was gonna die, excuse me, if he was gonna go back to base, he was gonna do it dying the fast way if he would. He's not gonna press back. He's not gonna back.
Yep, the buys too much time, buying his team enough time to say, "Hey, you're not going to do the Gold Fury. I'm going to buy my team enough time to get over to the Gold Fury, forcing you to back." I guess in that situation, it's kind of a wacky way to trade yourself for Gold Fury, but in long term, it does work out because only getting an assist and that one kill is not as much as the Gold Fury gives in terms of XP and gold all around for the team.
Right. I mean, you could call it just a pretty selfless play. Just allowing, like you said, his team to find his way. Aries maybe looking for the red again. Not gonna take it. He says, "Hey, I guess you can have the red now. I mean, I've taken it from you a few times, but I'll be back for that later."
Yep.
Odin finding his way to the front line of the rockhoppers here. Strat looking to make a play. Meanwhile, Raw is poked out really hard. Zombie Crusher finding the kill with his ult. Bombs coming out into the Ares. The Nemesis is good to use her ult into the Ares. Medusa bees are forced out. A lot of fighting going on here. The Medusa here making a play. Odin Cage finds two trapped in it. Jingwei Beateg is coming out. Still going to lose her life. Falling to 100 big walls. Ares is next on the list. Medusa unable to hit the root, but Ares is still finding a way to live. Gilgamesh on the other side of things is also going to find his way out. Ares does get picked up. Cthulhu just on a
Farming.
land of his own.
Cthulhu did rotate. This could have turned out very well for the side of the Rockhoppers. Just opting to farm right now, just trying to out farm the enemy solo laner. Not really finding much value though, as he will catch back up off of the Gold Fury and picking up the residue of this wave that he just missed.
Right. I mean, it does seem like a thing where it's like, well, Strat has out farmed me really hard, and maybe you go to the drawing board in between game one and game two, and now coming into game three, like I gotta step up my farm, but you're sacrificing your team. At that point, like your team needs you to come and rotate, um and when you're not there, we see what the cost of that is. The team, basically everyone dying and then losing out on gold.
Yep. Odin making a very impactful rotation. Strat on this Odin, just hitting perfect walls for his team. Catching two inside the cage was very massive for his team there, making it so they could not leave. Jingwei getting caught, having to use both of her relics just to die in the cage. As she's getting caught out again, probably forced to ult soon.
Way barely finding a way out. Bacchus is definitely going to pick up the kill with the
Head to the zap,
obelisk.
man. Zombie
Uh,
Crusher 789 getting the kill onto Boomhead.
Meanwhile, the rockhoppers say we sacrifice an ADC for Pyro, and Odin's going to be able to TP in and force them off of it. And
Odin's gonna
Pyro is
TP in
reset.
and walk up and say, "Hey, I'm here. I'm gonna
You
ult
can't
you if
take
you
this
stay
now.
here."
Yeah. Gilgamesh pushing the Odin into the backline, finding a triple cage, big cage, Cthulhu coming out, Ares ult as well. 100 big wall finds the kill on the Cyber, and this team fight is going the way of the Ferrymen. Meanwhile, Genji finds the kill on the Flaming Skull. That is a big pick for the Rockhoppers. And Nemesis chasing down this Raw. Raw is in a very bad spot here. You're going to try to stand on the heel. Cthulhu finds a double root. Odin unable to connect with his combo into the Raw, but the Bacchus Zombie Crusher does pick up the kill. Finally, Raw falls, and that is a 2-for-1 trade for the Ferryman. And Pyro is still up. Probably not going to be picked up here.
Mark was flapping his wings as hard as he could. He was juking and buckling and bodging as hard as he could, buying his team a lot of time for the Jingwei to come just slightly late, but he did buy a lot of time, and he did get the pick to help his support. It's Gingy get the pick onto Flaming Skull 19, which did stop a lot of the pressure onto this Pyromancer.
I mean, it's about how it goes for playing Raw, right? Like you just basically running in circles most of your abilities. You're out just spamming your abilities and hoping for the best, really. And um, but it did buy them a lot of time, as you said, and for that they were able to pick up the Pyro with Boomhead, Jingwei passive, being able to fly in and burn down that Pyro.
Yep. Right now, on the side of the Ferrymen, they are up 9 kills right now on the rockhoppers, and they're up 5K gold. The XP and gold lead is pretty huge right now. Like I was saying, the rockhoppers got to go back to square one, which is farm, 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 and avoid and avoid. Right now, they can't really take many fights because they're just so underleveled, so they just need to farm it out. As there might be an early pick onto this Cthulhu in the right lane.
Flaming Skull has arrived Cthulhu up into his ultimate ability, but he's at the quarter HP now, as well as Medusa and Nemesis here to clean it up, and they get a pick onto the Cthulhu. It feels good. Meanwhile, Jingwei Boomhev back on his split pushing ways. Raw
Yep.
is going to join him this time, and it looks like they're just going to completely sacrifice Fire Giant
Yep.
in hopes
They've
of pushing down this side of the map.
picking up on the fact that their soul laner's dead and the other team's going to be on fire. So what they decided to do is, hey, you're on fire, Giant. We're going to split push left, and we're going to force you to back. And we're either going to get your bird or you're going to get off fire, Giant.
Meanwhile, Ferrymen do secure the Fire Giant, and Cyber finds
Nem
a kill.
stops backing. This could be a troll.
That is a. Oh, they're still over there securing the Phoenix, and you gotta give the shout out to the boys to Cyber and Gingy, buying enough time for these guys to potentially steal this Phoenix. They're not even gonna get it down. It does
It's the
finally fall,
bird.
but they both died for it. Finally finding the Phoenix kill, and they both will lose their life. And I mean, is it worth it?
Well,
Maybe.
I think they just trade left bird for left bird. They do have a lot of map to traverse right now, as Cthulhu is the only one up, and Gilgamesh and Ares will be up for this bird.
That southern accent of yours just coming out such a random time.
It will be a 4v3 in the left side, but they do have the three most important big circle abilities coming out from the side of the rockhoppers to be up.
The backliners will be back up in 10 seconds to try to defend this bird. I'm not sure that it's gonna be enough though, as they are marching their way into the Phoenix room. Ares finding a blink into the back line, popping a frenzy. Cthulhu up into the ult to try to disrupt. Phoenix is still at 108 full HP. Bacchus diving into the back, already half HP. Gilgamesh jumping in to try to kill the Bacchus. Big cage coming out from the Odin. Oh my goodness. Krugafro picking up the Cyber. Lots of damage coming out. Nemesis does fall. Ares picking up that kill. The rockhoppers are on the chase here, chasing down the ferrymen who were trying to make a siege, not going their way. Rockhoppers standing up, denying them the chance to steal away their bird. And that wow, the Odin's still trying to live. One coming out to secure that kill. Big time Phoenix defense for the rockhoppers.
I would love to see the rockhoppers just go for this Oni fire right now. Get a Oni fire wave walking down left, and they can just freely walk down that right bird. If they stopped the chase on the left, they could have probably ended the game if they just kept walking it down. They definitely have the DPS.
Right, finally we see this split push strategy that Boomhev has had this entire set is going to pay off with this Oni fire mini wave, and then they didn't even put a dent onto the other side of the Ferrymen did not put a dent on their bird. So that was a lot of value. The split push for the Boomhev and the Raw joining him as well. Even though they lose their life, they get all new fire mini waves there, and Fire Giant not up though, so there's not really much to take for it.
Yeah,
It
now they
could.
just have to make use of their time. They have that Oni fire wave. It's best not to waste it. They need to head somewhere on the map, make something happen before this Oni fire wave gets depleted, because it is a big thing to thwart the side of the ferrymen, as they do need to send somebody other than Bacchus to clear, because Bacchus will take a long time to clear that Oni fire wave.
And the
As they do send
Rockhoppers
three
have,
people
I
over.
mean, with that split push, have found their way back to almost even in gold. They are basically even in gold, and so I mean, all things considered, they could be in a lot worse position.
Exactly. They did not really make use of that Oni fire wave, as it is gone now. Nothing really grabbed, no middle tower. Right lane still at the same pacing that it's been since the whole point of this game, and nothing really happening on the map now. They still do have that left Phoenix down. It is pushed out very far towards their side of the T2, which should be pushed out back to the middle point of the map by the time the Fire Giant does spawn.
And we see that the Rockhoppers seem to have learned from their mistake of game two, picking up the Phantom Shell, picking up two of them actually on the Cthulhu and the Bacchus, and they didn't really think that one through. I think in game two. Meanwhile, rockhoppers are stealing. They steal away the pyramids. Not the
I
biggest deal.
I might have to disagree with you. Two of them is perfect because now Odin basically never exists. As if one of them's down, you just use the other one to get out. And Shell is a very, very powerful relic as it does give mitigations and a shield on use, which allows them to just like double their whole team's HP pool at the same time.
Excuse me. I must have misspoke. I wasn't saying it was a bad strategy. I think it is a very good way of doing it. Two shells. Yeah, not a bad thing. I was just commenting on how they didn't do it in game two, so they clearly learned from their mistakes. And
My fault.
no, we're good. We're good. But we're looking at this gold lead of the Ferrymen basically disappearing, and on the Rockhopper side, I mean, Phoenix coming back up now, and the Ferrymen have done a good job of making sure that gets back up and pushing out these waves. And I feel like the Rockhoppers haven't done enough in this time. And that their timer is up now. Meanwhile, Cthulhu is in a sticky situation, going to find his way back into his team. But I don't feel I'm with you. I agree with you though. I don't feel like the Rockhoppers did enough in that time in that window that they had of their Phoenix being down, the only fire many waves. Not a lot of was accomplished here. They pick up Pyro, and gold is just even. I don't know.
Yep, now it's just like they don't have the fire waves in left anymore to stop them. They have everybody in the right side now. Both teams can have a 5v5 at this fire giant. They didn't also establish ward coverage at all, as the right side of the map has a lot of red, a lot more red than it does blue for wards. So that is not very good for the side of the Rockhoppers to have that such a big advantage and not push that lead to the
Right,
maximum
and
that they
not
could have.
to not capitalize. Right, I 100% agree with you. But nonetheless, we are at a pretty even point in this game now, and around this time, we're looking at a fire giant dance, and Nemesis getting poked out a little bit here. The cripple coming out. Nothing much happening. The fire giant dance is upon us. This is what we live for as Smite gamers. Is the full 5v5, and so it is unfortunate though that the Rockhoppers weren't able to capitalize on that advantage that we talked about. And but you find yourself at an even point here. This is as even as it's been all set this late into a game. It's always the Ferrymen have had the upper hand in every game up to this point, and now it's an even fight. Meanwhile, Jingwei is on her own. Gets bombed away. Flaming Skull finding a lot of damage. Jingwei's gonna ult away. Barely lives. Oh my goodness.
The skin of her teeth. I'd like to see her just reset. Yeah, say screw the raw heal. That's not gonna help me. I'm an angry bird. I'm just gonna come right back after losing essentially all my HP and mana.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. Mark is coming over saying, "Hey, I want to pad my stats a little bit. Just sit in this heal for me while you're back, please." But nonetheless, Jingwei does get poked out and is on her way back, trying to defend this fire, which is down to half HP now. Rockhopper's trying to find their way in. Odin is into the back with a huge cage. The Phantom Shell coming out. Nemesis ult into the back. Flaming Skulls pick up a kill in the Boomhell. Gilgamesh trying to find a kill in the Ares. Not going their way. Meanwhile, the Nemesis is in a pretty weird position. Gonna find her way onto the Raw. Super low running away. The Ferryman on the retreat. Raw ult off the mark. Gilgamesh super low. Ares finds the kill into the Nemesis strap. Meanwhile, picks up Cyber, and this is a 2-for-2 trade. Both jungles and both ADCs falling. I'm not sure what happened to Critterflow, but he is out of this fight as well. Wildhill's coming out to try to sustain his Guardians up a little bit. Just a lot of haymakers being thrown. Another big bomb coming out of the Agni Flaming Skull, putting in a lot of work here.
I'd love to see them just play around this raw. They can just keep running at them with these heals. They can't really contest these heals. They don't have really much anti-heal on the side of the Ferryman to like really coordinate and stop Raw from healing everybody on his team.
Right, their main anti-heal is out of that Medusa, really, and then you get the Divine Ruin on the Agni, but it doesn't seem to be putting a lot of work. Meanwhile, Flaming Skull, excuse me, with the bombs coming out to find the Raw. Another bomb onto the Cthulhu. It's going to force them to back off. And the delayed death timer on that Raw is a big deal because now it's a 5v4 basically for the next 30 seconds. And that obviously when you're down a Raw with those heals not coming through, which were pretty big in those fights, not feeling so good if you're on the side of the rockhoppers.
Yeah, just a couple missed ones by the side of the Raw, not hitting the target onto Flaming Skull in situations where he really needs to poke him out. For situations where he's like, all right, I have to run. I cannot stay to just throw out bombs from range. Really missing the mark, sealing his fate, getting him killed in the long run. As he didn't die to the bombs from the sky. He actually re-stepped onto the carpet from Agni, killing him.
Jingwei forced out there as she was trying to step up to just maybe secure the pyro, but wasn't able to do so. And looks like they're going to start up the fire giant here. Kregafro is back, full HP. Ares trying to step up, trying to find his way, but he is alone right now. Bacchus finding a knockup. Cthulhu getting zoned out by the Odin. The cage is big here, but the Phantom Shell is going to get them out, but they're still not finding any more aggression to the fire giant. Cthulhu here, raw in the facility for a steal. Ares will coming out. They're going to pick up this fire giant. The rockhoppers secure the fire giant. They find a kill to the Kregafro. Bacchus is super low. He's going to lose his life. Cthulhu picks that kill up. Jing Wei is on the chase of the Nemesis, has to blink away. Cthulhu is on the march. The rockhoppers are potentially stealing this game away.
Yeah, they should just be walking it down left. Stop chasing them out and just go down left. You have the minion wave almost near there. Bird's not full HP. Well, you could just walk it down. I guess they do have minions down mid. Nobody's there yet.
They
It's Gingy
find the
does
pick on the
collect
Flaming
Flaming
Skull.
Skull.
The rockhoppers are they're gonna steal this game away. We're gonna go to a game 4.
This is the end call. They have to make the end call here. They have 4 up. They can just stay in raw heal. As
Oh my
Boomhead
goodness,
goes
the
big, killing
crits
100
coming
big
out.
mauls.
100 big mauls. They're marching into the Titan room, and that is game 3 going the way of the rockhoppers. They stand their ground.
That is an insane turnaround game right there. They are down 7 kills, and they just finally caught up on gold in these last 5 kind of big team fights. What a big turnaround. That's definitely the upset that they needed to pull themselves back into the morale game and back into the set.
What a big change of momentum. We talked about the mentals earlier. If you're on the side of the ferryman, you're thinking to yourself, we had this in the bag. What are we doing? I mean, you still have the advantage being up 2-1. It's a best of 5. You're just one more game away. But if you're the Rockhoppers, you're feeling really good about yourself, and you might be a little worried if you're on the side of the ferryman. Great effort on the side of the Rockhoppers to stand their ground. And it's great. On the very last game, you would think it would finally be the season. They finally drop a game. We've seen it happen. The Ferrymen drop a game, and what a way to lose. I mean, you have to lead the entire game, and the split push coming out of Boomhev to buy their team some time to catch up in gold.
My
And
gosh.
oh my goodness, the 8K player.
The Cyber staying true to his name, never dropping more than 20k. As we do see the Ares going big with 15k player damage, almost actually out player damaging his whole entire backline. And gods that do build DPS. Only person above him is the Cthulhu. It's Jinji really being a strong suit for his team there. Boomhub split pushing the bird was a pinnacle for his team, but that damage coming out from Jinji is enough to make you reconsider who is really the win con.
Great. What a great set this has turned out to be. I was expecting most of the way through game 3 to be a 3-0, but nonetheless, we're going into a game 4. With that being said, I believe we're going to take it to a break in between game 3 and game 4. We should be back shortly. I believe that's happening. We're back like we never left. Game 4. Who would have thought we'd be here, man? It certainly seemed like a 3-0 was on the way, but
That
Rockhoppers
is what
stand
I
up.
was expecting. Oh, that is what I was expecting for sure. It was a definite 3-0.
All right, the Rockhoppers, they dig deep, they fight like they've never fought before, and they managed to take a game away. Meanwhile, picks and bans seem to be seem to be going pretty normally, except for cleanup mix.
That may be your
I don't think that's made
undoing.
it through yet. I think it's picked up first pick by the Ferryman. Not much surprise if she's available, gets first picked.
Yeah, but for that pick, they actually wind up getting the Cthulhu and the Gilgamesh. I don't know if that's worth the trade. I do think Kalina is definitely a first pick worthy, but Cthulhu and Gilgamesh definitely is worth the trade.
Oh yeah, Cthulhu Gilgamesh. Yeah, you're not feeling too bad if you get both those picks. I mean, it's kind of like the mind games when it goes to picks and bans. Like, yeah, you might take away one guy, but we get two picks, so you might want to be banning a lot of these. But Cthulhu Gilgamesh make it through, and yeah, the Cthulhu seemed to be working out pretty well for the Rockhoppers last game, so they're more than happy to have that back as well as the Gilgamesh.
Now, let me ask you a question here. Do you think that that Ares ban is really worth it? Do you think it had that much of an impact in the last game to really warrant a ban early on?
Not the last game. I think the game Zombie Crusher had it. That was enough to be like, all right, like maybe a ban out on the Rockhopper side. But for the uh the side of the Ferryman to ban that out, it's a little weird to me. I mean, the Ares has had a big impact on this set in general, but I'm not sure that it was worth a ban. No, I think you look at taking away something else there, but either way, oh my goodness, they take away the Agni. That right there is huge. The Rockhopper's taking away the Agni from Flaming Skull. He's been a menace on the Agni this set.
Yeah, they the let's see. It looks like the other team has picked up the Tiamat though.
Oh, true,
I
true.
I I don't know how I feel about this Tiamat coming in with this comp they have so far. I would like to see their front line before I commit to if I like it or don't like it.
All right. I mean, what do you think about the front line of the Rockhoppers already coming out basically without the only thing they're missing is their support. Excuse me. You know what you're going up against in the Gilgamesh and the Cthulhu. And the team being really hard to dive as it is, and they must be feeling what's his name? Flaming Skull must feel pretty good about you know basically being able to stay alive to brawl into a Cthulhu, into a Gilgamesh, and um, meanwhile the respect bands onto Strat coming out here with the Odin and the Wukong, the two picks that he's made a big impact with on the set, both being banned out in the second phase.
Yeah, those are for sure respect bands. I don't know too many other people out here playing Odin or Wukong, so for
Yeah,
sure respect bands coming out for my boy.
right, not to the level that
May
Strat
your
has
burdens
played
not
them
hold you back.
this set so far. So we get the Atlas. Atlas did make it through, so the Rockhoppers are happy to pick that up for their support. And on the opposite side, we get the Jingtian being hovered by Zombie Crusher. Zombie Crusher showing his god pull for sure. He's played a different god every game this set, I think, and or excuse me, every game this set. I think that's what I said. Anyways, but the Jingtian would be another new one. Being hovered though, so we're just being teased for the time being. We'll see if he locks that in. And we've yet
Now,
to. Hmm?
now so far I've just been observing. Is this the first time Atlas has made it through in this set?
Yes, yeah, this is the first Atlas game we've gotten.
Do you expect big things from it, or do you expect it to falter?
Hmm. I think Jinji's had a pretty good set, and so just based off of what I've seen out of him, I think he could have a really big impact with Atlas. I just think Atlas is a top tier support. Gets probably a little slept on, to be honest, and putting him in the hands of a really good support. He's played really well this set. Yeah, I think he has a good impact.
I
I
agree
do
with
expect
you.
good things.
I agree with you. I think he's at the top of the list right now.
You have
Definitely
yet
going to
to
be
see the
keeping
meaning
an
of
eye on him
rule.
and seeing how he does there. Now the Dodge pickup is pretty interesting to me. I actually like it quite a bit because they don't have a lot of CC immunity on the red team there, at least in their ults. So I think that Dodge pickup is actually pretty good here as well, backed with a Zing Chen to burn some beads.
This is
How do you feel
gonna
about
be
that, man?
fun.
Oh, 100% agree. To see that Dodgy coming out. That definitely solidifies that the Cleano's going solo. No problem with that whatsoever. Makes a lot of sense. And is basically what she's meant for. And then the Dodgy, like you said, the Agni no CC immunity in his in his kit. The Gilgamesh, the same boat. The Atlas in the same boat. So that Dodgy has room to make a lot of plays, and then you've already got the Jintian there to burn some beads. So yeah, I love the pickup by the Ferrymen for the Dodgy. Going into this game, based off of picks and bans, who would you have taken this game?
I am gonna go with the rockhoppers, man. I like what they got going on, and I think they can definitely make it happen as long as they coordinate and play as a team.
For a comeback story, huh? That'd be a
I
story to tell for a long time, huh? Coming back down 2-0 against an undefeated team.
I am a sucker for the underdogs. Plus, they got Atlas, man. They got Atlas.
I mean, who doesn't see Atlas do well? But they certainly have their work cut out for them against this Ferryman team, heavily favored, and this team comp. If there was a team comp that you're going to struggle into, it's definitely against the Jinti and Daji, burning your beads out. Already know CC immunity, and so based off of those picks and bans, as much as I agree with you on the underdog story, I think the Ferrymen win this draft. I think they win this game and close out the set.
I agree with you. I think I just like the rockhoppers comp a little bit better. The Cthulhu, um, I would argue, is one of the best solo laners in the league right now. I would argue the best team fighter in the game right now. So we'll see. We'll see how the rockhoppers make it happen.
To think about the I believe that the Dodgy is knockup immune in her what is it her second ability. You got
Hmm.
the Cthulhu knockup, completely immunes that, immunes the Jingwei knockup. I think would it immune the Atlas pull as well. So you know, not I've already given a lot of love to the Dodgy pickup, but that just even more fuel to the flame that this pick on this Dodgy is a very big brain pick on the side of the Ferryman.
I agree. It was an excellent pick, along with the Zing Chen. Just try to get some beads out so the Daji can get in there and clean up.
Right.
Um, I think the Rockhoppers comp kind of cohedes better. It just sticks together and it does everything a good team wants to do if executed correctly. We will see if the boys are able to do that.
Right. I mean, we saw it on the side of the Ferryman. I believe they had the I think they had the Agni and on the Flaming Skull. The game we went 12-1, and they just had a very disruptive front line. It was the Odin, it was the Wheelix. It was like you have to pay attention to those guys, and the Agni just get to sit back and deal tons of damage from a mile away. And when Anagni's able to do that, he's gonna have a big game. And like you said, if this team comp is executed properly, the Rockhoppers they got a chance to take this the game five. Really, they really do.
Yeah, I said earlier this game or earlier in picks and bans that my eyes was going to be on this Atlas, but I've actually changed it up, man. I think my eyes are going to be on this Cthulhu, at least when team fight phase hits, because if he can create the space for his Agni and Jingwei
Mm-hmm.
to, put out the damage they need to do, I think the Rockhoppers can definitely easily win these team fights. If he's not able to do that, I really think might not go so well for him. So let's see what this Cthulhu is able to do this game.
I agree with you. I think the eyes should be on the solo lane matchup. I mean, Strats had a great set up to this point, and on the Kalina, you talk about the being disruptive with the Cthulhu. I mean, Kalina is just, I mean, not really the disruptive play style. It's just I'm just gonna kill you. That's just what Kalina does, right? Like she's gonna run at you and kill you. And so, just most solo laners are really, we should keep an eye on both of them because you'll have the Cthulhu in the back trying to create the space, and then although he might create the space off of like the Tiamat, the Hu Yi, and people like that, but the Kalina can sneak her way to the back. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I know that God is very, very good at just getting in there and killing somebody, and hopefully Strat can make that happen for his team.
Hmm. Okay, I was a little confused there. The timer reset. I'm not. I don't think I noticed that the first time, but we are getting down to the nitty gritty. Game four of the season 5 Deep Sea Division Finals. I don't think anyone expected it to come down to game four. It looks like we had an unfortunate DC. Of course, it's Boom Hev. It's always Boom Hev. Got a DC. He's out for the time being, so got to take a quick pause and can break down these drafts a little more.
Oh, I'd love to.
There's so much to talk about. We didn't even
So,
touch on the Tiamat, man. Like the Tiamat, when you think about um, creating space and everything, I think the biggest thing that the Cthulhu is going to be tasked with is making sure that Tiamat is able to pump out a ton of damage to the back line and or be Tiamat just has her ways of impacting the fight without putting herself into too much danger and um so it's more to your point that Cthulhu has a lot of eyes on the Cthulhu trying to be disruptive.
yeah, actually, I was just thinking, I don't know if Cthulhu is even going to be able to space out the Tiamat, because maybe Tiamat, if Cthulhu jumps in, Tiamat might just decide to just go in behind her solo laner and jungler and disrupt with right there with them and go for like a full dive comp.
Right. I could totally see that happening with her jumping in to do her ground stance, the mitigations that she gets out of it. She's just a brawl when she gets down there, right? She's like when you think about like comparisons, like you could go like to like the Morgan, right? Like you want to dive as the Morgan, and it's just two different like ways of doing it. You got one trying to be stealthy, and then you got the team that's just I'm just gonna walk at you. I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna be in my ground stance, and I'm not gonna die that easy. Like you think I would die easy because I'm a full damage mage, but that's not how it works when I'm in the ground stance.
Now, tell me about this Jingwei pickup. Do you think that that was a solid pickup for them? Do you think the Atlas Jingwei duo lane is going to be able to stand up to the Hu Yi Xing Chen?
Um, as far as aggression goes, like that early aggression, it's probably going to go the way of the Ferrymen, as it has gone, I believe, basically every game so far up to this point. The thing is, I think the idea is that Boomhev is just trying to really stall out the lane and not lose out on farm, and that's what Jingwe's really good at. You can poke her out, you can kill her if you want to, but she's gonna fly right back in the lane, not miss a ton of farm, and that's I think that should really be the strategy there, not necessarily winning the poke fight or whatever. So
Hmm.
yeah, no, I think the pressure goes to the way of the ferrymen. It's just if they can capitalize on it, like they
Yep.
weren't quite able to do so last game.
Yep. I think you're 100% correct on that. But do you think that this Jingwei come late game is going to be able to provide that hyper carry presence that this team's going to need to really put a nail in the coffin in this game?
She was able to this game. I just think it might be a little different, and the only reason I say that is because that timer, you know what I mean, the time that they have to get to that stage of the game where she is shredding anything in front of her. Um, if they can make it to that portion of the game, yeah, she has the potential, like you said, the hyper carry, and um, we'll just have to see if they're able to make it that far into the game. It looks like they're Ferrymen are going back to their game one start of sending Hu Yi into lane at level 2 and the mid and jungle running together. I'm a fan of the start, dude. I like this start a lot. The ADC getting lane at level 2 allows for a lot of
Mhm.
potential early fights, early aggression.
I think it really just matters where you want to put your faith, right? Like if they think that their carry is a carry, then yeah, they want to get him ahead early. So that just shows me that the Ferrymen really value their carry. Uh, and I'm not gonna say they want to put their mid laner or jungler behind, but they definitely want to get their carry in here.
Right. Something here right off the bat. We got 5 beads on the sides of the rockhoppers. I have to respect that early Daji, the Jinten. We already touched on the heavy CC that they've got, so the 5 beads is not a surprise at all to see. Just trying to play safe, not to throw the early game too much.
Yeah, we called it from a mile out, man. This Daji, she's going to be a very pivotal character. Very just dangerous. Just the fact that they're buying 5 beads
Speaking
from
of
the
which, we got an early
rockhoppers.
rotation onto the dual lane. Daji is here, looking for a pick on the Atlas as he dashes into his team. Daji teleporting into 3 people is going to try to run away. Gilgamesh gets a drop kick onto her. Daji looking very low, might lose her life. Agni is there. Looks like she might get out. Agni's still on the chase. Does get away with her life. And that will be all for that chase. We had 4 people over here in the duo lane. But it wasn't to kill anyone of the duo. It was to try to kill the jungle. Try to catch
They're
her out.
commit. I think that they are. I think this Daji's kind of got them shook, man. They really want her behind. They wouldn't commit 4 at 2 minutes in, 4 people at 2 minutes in, if they didn't mildly fear this Daji. Am I right?
No, I absolutely agree with you on that one. It's something that we touch on it so much. The Dodgy, the impact that it can have, and the rockhoppers clearly agree. Meanwhile, Hui is getting poked out, and Jingwei finds herself in a good position to pick up a kill here. Barely staying alive here, but definitely going to fall to the Atlas here, as he will. And that will be all for that one. The Kregafro getting a little too aggressive, found himself onto an Atlas combo, it looked like, and the Jingwei poke coming out. Big kill for the Rockhoppers to pick up the first blood.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to vote against Atlas, man. He does so many good things, and that was proof right there.
Yeah, we talked about I talked about the Jingwei trying to stall out the lane. Like, what I did not expect in any world was him to pick up a first blood and have all of this pressure now. There's so much they could turn this into, and maybe set the Suyi behind, more and more. It would be beneficial for their early game.
Yeah, I didn't think about the Jingwei. Nobody thinks of Jingwei as a lane bully, and it's pretty early, and that's an early kill for Atlas. But you know, it was on Hu Yi, so maybe this Jingwei can really get ahead with that.
Right, trying to get to that hyper carry stage of the game quick as possible. Meanwhile, Hui finds himself really low again. The burst are going to come out onto the Daji. Daji almost body blocking him into a kill. Jing Wei manages to pick up the kill. Kregafo sticking around a little too long, and Daji is looking for the chase. Meanwhile, Tiamat has found herself over to the mid lane. Gets to poke out into the Jing Wei, but she will live nonetheless. Another death on Kregafro does not feel good. Meanwhile, the bomb's coming out that secure the kill onto 100 Big Malls. Strat picking himself up a kill on the onto Cyber. A lot of good job on the part of on Strat to try to even out these kills here.
Yeah, that shows the strength of Kalina too. Arguably one of the best gods in the game right now. And if you look right there, how she ulted the wave, it's because her ult is on such a low cooldown. All you got to do is just get up there and ult the wave. You're free to do whatever you like because the ult's
Right.
going to clear the wave.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what was going through the mind of Kregafro right there. It looked like he had Got the rotation from the Daji early enough to save his life, but he sticks around a little too long, and Jingwei was able to find him and pick up the kill. I thought he would have been out, without losing his life, but stuck around a little too long, and for that, he's now 2 levels down.
So I'm looking at the builds right now, and I see an early Poison Star from Jingwei. What do you think about that, man?
I think that it worked for her game 1, or excuse me, game 3. Boomhead is the same thing he did game 3, and it worked out then. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Another thing, am I seeing something, or did Atlas upgrade his beads to tier 2? It's another weird.
Yeah,
Weird.
man, I'm telling you, the Daji Xingqian, they need the beats cooldown, man. I don't want to say they're shook, but they're nervous for a good reason, if
Yeah,
that makes sense.
they're respecting it for sure, right? Like
Yeah,
they're
and it deserves some respect because they didn't pick a lot of characters with CC immune ults.
right.
So honestly, smart pickup by them, in my opinion.
Right. Can't really blame them too much. Tiamat. Oh man, I hate the Tiamat minion that just walks at you like that. But yeah, the Shadow Steel. They're going back to that. It's something that worked out for him in game 3. Game 3. Not surprised to see it happen again. Gilgamesh has found his way under the 2U yet again. He's trapped in the Gilgamesh ult and uses bees
Yeah,
to get out.
I wasn't casting in game 3, but I was silently critical about the Shadow Steel pickup or early game. Maybe Boomhib's ahead of the curve. It worked out for him, and if it works out for him again, I won't question it anymore.
Oh, meanwhile, the Aggie picking up a kill 100 big balls in mid. Second
I
death to the Dodge.
didn't get to see it, man. I wish I could have. That was unexpected for sure.
Right. But Zav that was with me in game 3 when we were talking about the Shadow Steel.
Oh
Just on
no!
his way back into
Oh
duo to
no!
try to kill the Suyi, but he makes it out barely.
Ooh,
But no,
that was so close.
yeah, he barely made it out of that one. They have turned their attention to this duo lane, attempt to get that Jingwei to her late game as quickly as possible. Atlas looking to steal this away.
And I don't hate
Steals
that
it away.
strategy. Uh-oh.
GTN, oh, he does have the bees. That's what he picked them up for. Puts a good
Yep.
use there.
Yep. Good pickup. I think that would be a dead Atlas if he had picked up anything but beads.
All right, I agree. And then
That being said, back to the point I was making with duo, I think it's smart to push into duo lane and try to push that team way ahead.
right,
That's where they found the first blood, so, and that's where they're finding a lot of their success. So why stop now?
right. 2 levels up at it's like you said earlier, like you don't think of Jingwei as a guy that bullies in the early game against against any ADC really, but Boomhev has found his way. The rockhoppers have really found their way to get this to push this Jingwei a little quicker or a little faster to her late game that she wants to get to as fast as possible.
Do you think we're going to see any Magi's cloaks coming out because of the Daji and Xingqian on the Ferrymen?
I would hope so. I think that would be a smart pickup for the Gilgamesh, and for the Agni, I would say smart pickups there. I mean, because you also have the GTN to worry about. Cleano getting really aggressive here. Strat. And meanwhile, Daji is finding her way onto Cyber, picking up the kill. Daji going up into the ult. It's gonna try to buy some time to maybe pick up the Atlas. Cleano level 12 is here. Jintian is here as well with his ult. Not gonna find anyone because Cthulhu is still in the ult. Meanwhile, Agni has found his way over. Jingwei has rotated into the solo lane. Daji is limping away. Agni picking up the kill onto the Tiamat. And they are still on the chase. Jingwei looking for the Jingtian. Big bombs coming out onto Oh my goodness, the bomb's coming out to kill Strat. That is a big kill on the level 12 cleanup. Great job on the Rockhopper side to match the aggression of Strat. Strat being really aggressive there to try to strip away some farm with the blue buff, and Rockhoppers did a good job of rotating and shutting that down.
Yep, it was a great job, especially utilizing the Jing Wei passive to get there way before who you could. Who you didn't even bother rotating, and I can't blame him. You can't match the rotation of
Right.
Jing Wei with that passive.
And I mean, in a way, it kind of benefits the Hu Yi. I mean, it doesn't benefit his team at all, but it kind of benefits the Hu Yi because went from 2 levels down to now matched in levels. He was able to sit over there, shove down the tier 1, strip away some form, and but at what cost? You know, like it's not like you could have prevented that from happening over there, but it did. It does kind of benefit Craigerfro on this Hu Yi to have a minute or two to himself in that lane.
Yep, I think that was the best option for him, was to push that lane and just kind of even out the levels between him and Jing Wei. I think that was a good play by him.
Right. Yeah, the time it would have taken to get over it would have even mattered by that point. But meanwhile, we still have Craigerfro 2 levels ahead, despite the effort that it took to try to shove him away, to try to shut him down. This speaks volumes to the impact that Kleena has, that the ability that she has to just clear waves immediately, and Strat has already shown in this set that he loves to proxy farm and to just strip away from. Again, they're going to match some aggression, trying to pick out Strat for being too aggressive. She's going to force that. And he gets out, but will still lose her life. Cthulhu ult coming out to secure that kill. Najee looking to pick up a trade possibly here, but nothing will come of it.
That was good aggression by Atlas and Cthulhu there. Like you were saying, Kalina needed to be shut down. She was kind of starting to run away with it, and they addressed that immediately. So that was a smart play by the Rockhoppers.
Right, Rockhoppers a great job at just great job at neutralizing that Kalina running away with a lead, if you will, and well, Team Matt finding a lot of damage onto the
Oh my god!
Is that 3 Agni bombs onto Flaming Skull with a right of Tahiti, as Castle points out. Right of Tahiti already online, just obliterated Flaming Skull.
I'm shook. That shouldn't have done that much damage. That's a recall.
Cootie has found himself in a predicament. He have to bees and jump away, live, but Dashi going into the over for pull. I think she had no. She did pick up the Cthulhu, got his beads out, and the Kleena is here. Meanwhile, the Jingtian is looking for probably not to the backline. Gilgamesh is being disruptive. Kleena's in a bad spot. Boomhead finds Hunter Big Malls. Craigerfro finds a kill. And there goes Cyber. Lots of trading, just haymakers being thrown right now. Cthulhu up into the ult being disrupted. 3 for 3. They're just going all out. Just bodies flying everywhere.
This is a war, dude.
Just bodies everywhere. Everyone's passing away. No one's living. Everyone's dying today. Everyone's throwing themselves out there. Goodness gracious, so much to analyze. I don't even know where to start. My goodness.
I was getting ready to say how the Rockhoppers had a good power play there to move to the Gold Fury, and they did, but they didn't get a moment to breathe. That was an insane fight.
It's such what I guess you could call a really drawn out fight that just went on a lot longer than I would have expected. But what was it, a 3 for 3 trade just about? Yeah, it was 3 for 3. So meanwhile, we gotta turn our attention to this Agni. Mark is run away with a lead in the mid lane, 3 levels up over his opponent, Flaming Skull. Yeah, the Rockhoppers have done a great job of taking the aggression that the Ferrymen have shown in this set, not just with the draft of this game, but the entire set. They've shown a lot of aggression. The Rockhoppers are shutting that down. They're shutting down the Strat. They're shutting down Flaming Skull, and they've got a big lead that they could potentially run away with here.
I agree with you completely. I would love to see the Rockhoppers rally around their mid, start kind of moving around the map, and taking some of these more high profile objectives like Gold Fury, Pyromancer, and even Fire Giant. I mean, that's the kind of lead that Mark has right now. So let's see what they plan on doing with it.
The early Rada Tahiti coming out, it's unusual, right? Like with the double pin meta for mages, like the spear or the divine, and you've got the double pin, but the Rada Tahiti gives a lot of power, and with that power, you can one hit that Tiamat like you did earlier.
Yeah,
Just
I was again. That should be illegal. How much damage he done to that Tiamat
oh
right
no,
there?
he committed a crime for sure.
I blinked, I looked to the left, and that man was gone, or that Lady Dragon was gone.
Tiamat was no more. She was dead to rights. Meanwhile, Gold Fury getting picked up.
And
Rockhoppers secured the Gold Fury. Looking for the retreat. GTA gets an ult,
yeah,
forces out
I
2B.
I fully expect a full. Okay, Boomhave. All right, never mind. I was gonna say I fully expect a full retreat here from the Rockhoppers, but with Boomhave getting a kill like that, It looks like they're gonna continue going in.
Oh, they're going to continue to go. Meanwhile, T-Mat's going a little unchecked here, but she is alone
Tiamat,
and behind. All alone, and she is definitely dead here, picked out dead to rights. Trying to make a play, but when you're behind, not really a good idea. Kragerfro does manage to pick up a trade kill in return, but loses his life for it. That is a 3-for-1 trade. Plus Gold Fury going the way of the Rockhoppers, and that's what we were talking about. They're just taking that lead and running away with it.
yep, and I think they are doing the right thing. They pushed that Gold Fury. They're leveraging this lead well. Let's hopefully they can continue doing it, but we'll see.
This set, man. This is going in a. Oh my goodness, Agni is now caught out. Agni's in a very bad spot. He's going to lose his life. Strat with his lead, basically the only one on the side of the Ferrymen that has had a lead and has held on to it despite all the effort that the Rockhoppers put into shutting him down, is still having a big impact with a big lead. And
That's a shame, man. Mark got greedy there. There's nothing besides that. There was no reason. I mean, they had the Gold Fury, they had the tower, they had no dream of getting the T2 there. So
I'm not
he was
sure
just getting
what you're
greedy for the
thinking.
wave.
Right. I'm not sure what you're thinking sticking around there. Like you take what you got and take what's given to you. Really, nothing more than that. You're risking your life, and they lose their life in that case.
Yeah, we've all been there. You're up and you're feeling good, and you feel like you could take these risks that aren't exactly ideal, and sometimes you pay for them.
Hey, and credit to you, by the way, for calling out the Magi's app. This did pick up the Magi's. I think it's a good pickup. Meanwhile, the Ferrymen take away the Pyro, trying to neutralize some of that lead that the Rockhoppers have. And, I think the Rockhoppers definitely, that was a mistake that they might live to regret the sticking around too long after the Gold Fury fight, after taking Tier 1. I think you take Tier 1 and you back immediately. Maybe sweep their jungle a little bit, but sticking around costed them, and that lead is not as big as it could have been.
We'll see. It was a mistake he could afford to make, right? He's
Right.
he's 2.5, 3 levels up. Yeah, it was a mistake, but it was an affordable mistake. So as long as they don't continue making mistakes like that, I think they are in a good spot to take this game.
Right. I want to see the Ferrymen try to transition over into Strat. Play through Strat. Strat has found a way to grab this lead and hold on to it. Meanwhile, Hu Yi and Jing Wei are going at it. Yaji on her way. Jing Wei's gonna have to ult away. Daji is still on the chase, and Jing Wei will lose her life. Boomhead being a little too aggressive is another example of the Rockhoppers having a lead and just not doing much with it. The Ferrymen are crawling their way back into this.
Yeah, I really don't want to see them squander this lead here. That was another example of just being a little too far up with no support.
Meanwhile, Kalina got her beads forced out mid strat. That doesn't feel too good, but she is level 19, basically not basically, is the highest level in the game right now, and The rockhoppers being down an ADC for 15 seconds. They're looking to be aggressive here for good reason. GTN gets a bleak ult, a ult into the back line, forces the beads out onto the Agni. That feels good onto the Daji, who still has ult, and they're gonna back up to the gold. No, sorry, gold's not even up. I don't know what I'm talking about. They're just gonna back up totally.
It looks like it is getting ready to come back up though. So I either expect a Gold Fury dance or a Fire Giant dance here. I'm really thinking it might be time to start looking at the fire. We'll see what our teams think.
I think this Kleena is in a position right now. She is showing it that she is ready to make some plays for her team, having a huge lead. She could have a really big impact from this point forward.
Yeah, I agree. I think if that Kalina gets in on the Agni is going to have to play really well to not die.
Right,
Um,
right. And then not to mention the Daji and Agni's beads are down for the next 2 minutes, and so Agni's gonna have to be really careful. I mean, meanwhile Jing Tian looking to be aggressive onto the Jing Wei. Not much to be found there. But
yeah.
here comes the Gold Fury dance. I think we're favoring the Ferrymen with I mean, I guess you could say that the Agni is safe to sit back, but if they find a way to do this Agni, the Rockhoppers are in trouble.
I agree. The Ferrymen have picked a very pick-heavy comp, single target, so they just kind of need to pick a target and commit. And we'll
Right.
see. We'll see what target they pick actually here in this probably this dance.
Coppers have the Gold Fury down to half. Tiamat pushing forward, looking to steal it away. And the Ferrymen do strip away the Gold Fury, the only Fury. And they're looking to be aggressive on the way to the Atlas, dodging into the old Agni. The Beast could get a pull here. Is unable to pull anyone. GT is going to have to get out ult to save his life. A lot of separated flying going on here. Tiamat Bees are forced out, trying to make a play to the back line. Lena is also on a bad spot here, very low. Boomhead does pick up the kill on the Flaming Skull. That is a big kill under the Tiamat. Kleena is very low. Is going to fall to another kill to Boomhead. That is a 2-0 trade. They do pick up Oni Fury, so that is something that you can at least take and be glad about. But you lose 2 for it. That doesn't feel good at all.
Yeah, it's not an ideal trade, but with the way the Rockhoppers are kind of playing a little bit more passive and not pushing. Well, they are pushing. I'll take that back. It looks like they're pushing a little bit harder than I thought. Maybe that wasn't worth the trade then. If the Ferrymen had taken that Gold Fury and backed off, just like completely backed off, I think that would have been a better play.
Man, I just can't stop talking about how this set has taken an absolute turn with the dominant performances that we saw coming out of the Ferrymen, and the Rockhoppers have stood their ground. And even in the 2 games that they dropped earlier in this set, they put up a fight. They were not going away. They were not someone to just push around. The Rockhoppers are proving that they are here and they deserve to be here. And this game is certainly going in the favor of the Rockhoppers at this moment. And um, those leads that we talked about, the lead that Strat has still matters, but the timer on it is dwindling down. You got your Agni with a pretty big lead still. Tiamat still a little behind. Both your ADCs online basically. But the Jingwei Boomheb has Deathbringer online, so you're definitely favoring the Rockhoppers fight at this point, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And another lead that is closing is the Cthulhu and the Kalina. The Cthulhu is closing that gap. He's rarely going to win lane anyway, so I'll let you go on because the Pyromancer is being fought for.
To pick up the Pyromancer, Jinx up the ultimate to get over, but not able to. The Jingwei crits coming out. Zombie Crusher will fall despite them picking up the Pyro. It's the same thing that happened to the Gold Fury. The Rockhoppers let them step up onto the objective, think that they were safe, and then they step up and they take a life away. Meanwhile, they're on the Fire Giant. Kleena's going to try to step up. Rockhoppers do secure it. but they're trying to steal away a couple lives. They're not able to do so. Flaming Skull loses her life. Hunter Big Balls doesn't pick up a kill, but loses his life for it. And that is a 4-for-1 trade with Fire Giant around their belt, and they're still on the chase for the Su Yi. Could be potentially a team wipe, but they're going to drop off and probably just look to take this tier 2 away. Maybe a burn, or maybe go back to mid lane. Either way, this is a very big swing for the way the rockhoppers. Fire Giant and 4 kills.
Yeah, well executed by the rockhoppers. Give up the pyro, get a kill, recommit on the fire. You got you have your damage dealers. You don't have your Agni, but you have your main damage dealer for objectives in Jing Wei. So way to get in there and full commit on the fire giant after executing a key target there. So that was very definitely done by them.
And that's like I was trying to touch on is the same exact thing that happened over at the Gold Fury fight where, the Ferrymen had been had postured to basically just take it for free or take it without any consequence, and the Rockhopper said like, sure, you might grab it, we're gonna try to seal it, but if we don't get it, we're gonna take your life at the minimum. And they take a life away at the pyro, and they get Fire Giant for it. And despite the effort of Strat and Hunter Big Moss to try to steal that away, they were able to, with the numbers advantage, take Fire Giant and kill almost the entire team.
Yep, and I was worried actually when they dropped the Gold Fury. And they got a few kills back, but the Rockhoppers, and then they turned around and dropped the Fire Giant and got another, or not the Fire Giant, the Pyro, and got another kill, and then fall back to fire. That was very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just lose those neutral objectives, those big neutral objectives over and over and expect a win. But then them turning around and taking the biggest and best was exactly what they needed to do
Right.
after losing the pyro. So that
Yeah.
was impressive and a very smart play.
Right. And despite those objectives going the way of the Ferrymen, they losing out on their lives and a lot of farm. The Rockhoppers have just started to run away to this lead, and they get to take Primal Fury for free there. And they are now grouped up as grouped up as 4, looking for a Phoenix Siege here with Fire Giant around every member except for Agni. So this is a promising fight. Who you know beats for 15 seconds. So they want to make a play on that. Now will be the time, but they're probably going to be back up by the time they make a push. Meanwhile, they're pushing down the mid tower as well just to get the last towers down. And that is, what is that, a 11,000 gold lead? I'm sorry, the numbers are kind of blurry for me. I can't see if that's 11,000. But either way, it's a very big lead, and they're shoving down this left Phoenix now. Hui ult comes out to try to peel them
Big
off with a little bit.
Cthulhu ult.
Huge Cthulhu ult. The problem was they didn't have the numbers. The Freeman did not have the numbers to defend that Phoenix, and the Rockhoppers are able to walk in there basically free. This could be a game-ending play. Boomhead with some damage into the backline. Strat is dead. Boomhead with the crits coming out in the fountain. Titan has half HP. Creditfro finds Boomhead. Why is Boomhead on the Titan?
Not too greedy, man. But the game is won. So
it does not matter. They managed to get the damage onto the Titan without Boomhead's damage, and steal away. Excuse me. They just run away with Game 4. We're going to a Game 5.
this is exciting, man. So who do you think what the MVP was there?
The MVP of that game. How could it not be Boomhead? I mean, this man crit after crit. I mean, the build is. Wow.
I've never seen anything like the build. I'll say that about it.
Right, or the impact, like, my goodness gracious, we're looking at a reverse sweep. I mean, the momentum has fully shifted here. I mean, we're talking about the team and the Ferrymen that did not drop a single game have lost 2 in a row. My God, like, this insane. This is incredible to witness. Wow, what a set this has turned out to be.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. I definitely think Boomhead was the MVP there. He just kind of got in there and made it happen. I don't want to shy away from the Cthulhu. He had very key ults, and that character is just kind of dominant, man. just destroys team fights, and you could see it on that last Phoenix push there on the left side. He got in and ulted, and what was the blue team supposed to do?
Right. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But with all that being said, we're going to a game 5, and I think we're going to send this to an intermission, and we'll be back with some more Smite later. We got the brooms out, lads. It's happening.
Oh, you
I
think the
predicted
reverse sweep is upon us, huh?
it is upon us. Listen, okay, before picks and bans even start, we're not even there yet. But listen, I predicted the Ferrymen to win every game up to this point, including the ones that they lost. I have had a change of heart. I am
Oh, you think the
fully committed.
Hoppers are coming
The
in?
rockhoppers are taking this one away, man. I am on board. All right, this Jingwei, if that Jingwei is in the hands of Boomhev, it's game over, man. I'm sorry, there ain't no stopping that man right now. That man is lighting the world on fire.
I'm not saying nothing until I see picks and bans. But I love a comeback story, so it's hard not to root for the Rockhoppers.
I just wanna take a second. Give me a second.
Ooh, we jumped
Rockhoppers
right
all the
in.
way, man. Rockhoppers. We're sweeping it. We picked the bands now. We are. Oh my goodness, I'm late. I'm late. The Jingwei
Yep.
got banned.
I can't say I blame them.
I mean, how could you? That Jingwei's been so impactful that man, I don't blame them for taking it away. They're finally decided, hey, we've had enough of this guy. We got to take this Jingwei away. And uh, so for that they
Look,
give up the Bastet going the way of the Rockhoppers, as well as Gilgamesh and Kleena getting picked up on
That may be
the
your
side of the
undoing.
Ferrymen.
oh, the Aries is back.
The Aries is back on the Zombie Crusher. Zombie Crusher had a huge game too with Aries. I love to see him back on the Aries, and
Man,
not to mention, I think this is the first game the Ferrymen have gotten the Kleena, I believe. No, he played Kleena
yeah,
last game. Silly, never mind.
I don't know if the Bastet first pick was worth giving up Gilgamesh and Kalina, and then turn around and give up Aries after picking Agni and Atlas.
Right, taking that
Aries is
Agni
just
that
so
early.
good in the Agni period.
Right. I think the idea of taking that Agni right there was that hey, Flaming Skull has popped off with the Agni, so we're gonna take that away from him. But great counter pickup as you mentioned the Aries for the Ferryman. I'm starting to get a little nervous here with
Might
my
want to put the
bold
broom
prediction.
down, huh?
Yeah. Get my bold prediction might come back to bite me in the butt. But listen, I'm still on board with a good good reverse sweep. So as we notice though, as you'll notice, there are no ADCs picked up yet. So ADCs getting banned out on both sides. In the second phase bans, you got Medusa, Huyi, and Chiron, pretty standard ADCs to ban out. And the Tiamat being banned by the Rockhoppers. Do you think that the Tiamat on Flaming Skull was impactful enough to warrant that ban?
No, I really don't. I think they should have let it through. Um, Mark kind of crushed mid lane on the
Right.
Agni against the Tiamat. I would have been perfectly happy letting that ban go through, and I would have preferred them to ban something else, but maybe they didn't have anything else.
Yeah,
Too bad.
I'm not. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like if we don't ban the Tiamat, I mean, what else are we really looking at here? You already got the
Oh,
area. No, Baka's not getting locked in. They've done this every game. They've covered the Baka. Um, and covering the Artemis too. Yeah, you're not fooling anybody. You're not locking that in. But the X ball. So as far as the Jing Wei going away, what ADC do you want to see Boomhead pick up here for the hyper carry role that he's played so far?
man, he's been doing really good. The X ball's locked in, and he still has his pick. I don't know, Lord. I know Cupid crushes X ball on his own, but with Ares out there, that's kind of a death sentence as well. Chernobog is a decent pick into him for sure.
Chernabog, it might not play the same hyper carry role that the Jingwei is capable of doing. But I've been on board with the Chernobog hype train for a little bit now. I think Chernobog is really slept on this season. I'd love to see what Boomham does with that pick. But on the other side, the X Ball, I know that the X Ball is a comfy pick for Kregerfro. He's definitely happy to have that in his hands. And when you got the basically winner take all game, what your most comfortable pick. And what I've come to know of Kregerfro since I've learned of him, he's a big X Ball guy, so he's more than happy to have that on his hands.
I want to talk about this Kali, man. Uh, games on the line, or tournament game on the line, tournament match on the line, and Kali's locked in. Uh, what do you think about that? Do you think because that's a hyper carry? I mean, period.
Right.
Kali hyper carries. Do you think that that's what's going to happen this game?
Man, I'm not sure. I think that Cyber has had a rough time finding his way into the team fights and having an impact. But if there was ever a guy to do it in those later stages of the game to impact the team fight, it would be a Cali. And so I think that Cyber has a chance to really step up here and be a huge different, like you said, hyper carry god. That is what Cali is, and so um, yeah, Cyber. I think Cyber does. I think Cyber does have a really good chance of doing it. Against this team, hmm, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Cali. I don't know. I've just not seen enough from Cyber to just sit here and be confident in that ability, but that they do need that. They do need that Cyber to for Cyber to step up big time here.
I think if Cyber plays his god right and can get on that Morgan Le Fay and just make sure she has a bad game, I think that that is his best way to play here. I think that's his best target, and we'll see if he agrees with me.
So based off of this is the last time we'll be doing predictions here at the casters table. Uh, who who are you taking based off of picks and bans for game number 5? Winner take all. Who you got?
Oh, I really want to go. As much as I want to see the reverse sweep, I think I'm going to go with Ferrymen. I think their draft is just better.
I I've already let my prediction out there before picks and bans, and I can't change it now. I can't go back on my prediction now. Not that the just because picks and bans went a certain way, I'm sticking with it. We're going with the reverse sweep. I'm predicting the reverse sweep to happen here. I think the Rockhoppers have shown a great mental fortitude, being down 2-0 after some pretty lopsided games, those first two games, and finding a way to fight back, especially in game 3, being behind so far and still climbing their way back into that game and then winning game 4, of course. Um, yeah, I think the Rock Hoppers are in a prime position to win this game and win this set and win Deep Sea Division Finals for Season 5.
I think gods to watch this match for each team. I think for the Rockhoppers, we need to watch this Kali,
Right.
and I think if this Kali can make it happen, the Rockhoppers can make it happen. For the Ferryman, I think this Ares, it's his game to win, man. He counterpicked, and boy did he counterpick. He counters 3 gods on this team, maybe 4 if you count the cripples and everything, but his ult alone counters 3. So let's watch this Ares for the Ferryman.
Right. We already touched on the impact that Zombie Crusher had on that Ares his first time around. If it's anything like that, you got to imagine the Ferrymen are going to be in a good position to win this game. On the opposite side, for me, it's going to be the Agni, man. This Agni has already had such a big impact for both teams, in the hands of both teams that had big impacts on these games. I think this Agni is someone to keep your eye on. And with a team, you want to provide the spacing. I think the spacing, without the Cthulhu there is, it's you're left with the Bastet, who wants to be like in and out of fights, or is gonna try to stay just as far back as the Agni maybe, and the Atlas could be there to create some separation, but the Agni might be in a little more uncomfortable position. So I want to keep my eyes on how he's able to how if the Agni's able to have the same impact that he's had all set.
I agree with that. I think Agni is a good secondary win condition. The reason I said Kali is the one to watch for the rockhoppers is when you give your jungle a character like Kali, you're really putting a lot of trust and faith into them that they can just kind of once they get to the late game, they can win you the game. And that's it's do or die here. And the rockhoppers have given their jungler a do or die god. So that's why I was saying Kali is the one to watch here.
Man, how interesting, how big of a letdown would it be, right, if we come into this game 5 and it's just a blaster of a game, like it's not even close, like it's just a lopsided game. You know how disappointing that would be. I hope this game goes an hour and a half long for Neptune's sake. I hope we're here all night,
Nobody.
except between two great teams who clearly want to win these finals here. We are on. We are on to game 5 of a very eventful Deep Sea Finals, Season 5 finals on the line. This is it, and I don't want to say any profanity, but you know we're laying everything out on the table here. You know, without using any bad words, we're laying it all out here. And I agree with you though, the Cali that basically represents what this game means to both sides. It's um, you know, hyper carry you. This is it, do or die. It either works or it doesn't.
Yeah, honestly, that shows a lot of confidence that their jungler has too. The rockhoppers anyway. Shows a lot of confidence in their jungler and that he has as well to pick a Kali in a game 5, best of 3 set.
Sorry, my internet lost me for a second, but I'm back, so we're good. We're good. Not sure what happened over the last few seconds, but we're here. Yeah, didn't really do too much work on the god selection or whatnot, but then brought to my attention that Cyber is pretty comfortable on the Cali, so
Yeah. Neptune just said it was one of his main gods.
right. Oh my goodness,
I'm
X-Ball
unfamiliar.
pulled out here. X-Ball looking for the kill, the early kills. Gonna be able to pick it up. My goodness, the blink coming out of the Ares wasn't even necessary. Relentless aggression coming out on the side of the Ferrymen. Kregerfro, like I mentioned earlier, I know that Kregerfro's one of his copy picks is this X ball, and he's showing it here with the first blood. Cali with a blink into the mid, very nearly killing Hunter Big Balls there. Not able to pick up the kill though, unfortunately.
Touching back on that duo lane interaction, yeah, that's just the kind of aggression Ares affords you. Sometimes you can just kill people if you have an Ares in your lane.
Sometimes you just kill people, man. I love that analysis. You just kill people, man. We love killing people. We love killing people, but still the aggression continuing to come out here of the Ferryman side of the dual lane. Wonder if this spells for a an early rotation out of the rockhoppers, which we've seen in this set, and as I mentioned it, they seem to be hovering that side of the jungle. Could potentially look for an early rotation here.
Yeah, I really want to see the rockhoppers play passive here, or at least more passive. With the Kali, I pretty much just I think she probably just wants to farm a lot. The same thing with Chernobog. They're not known for being early fighters, those characters anyway. So, but if they make it to late game, they're going to be hard to beat.
It seems like you have giving them some helpful advice. They seem to listen to it. The Cali opting to just secure the purple buff so that the Ferrymen don't strip it away. No fight coming out of that. They're just playing passively, playing to farm for the late game, not trying to give up too much in the early game. The gotta also give a shout out to Boom Hev, just basically doubling down on that build that he's had. Has been brought to my attention as well. That's apparently a Barracuda build, like an old build that he had with the gilded arrow into the Shadow Steel start. It's been working out for him, man. I questioned it when he put it on the Jingwei, but I can't question it anymore. His impact on it has been unquestionable. He's been
Yeah,
basically forming the Ferryman these last two games on that build.
yeah, I agree with you. I gave it some smoke earlier, last game. And I said if it worked out, then I wouldn't give it any more smoke. So I won't.
We're not allowed to do that. Like once it works, I can't argue with it. Meanwhile, we got some
But
pretty standard
but if
stuff going on in the solo lane. It's a different look in the solo lane for the rockhoppers. They've been favoring the Cthulhu. Now you've got the Bastet. Total different play style. Very similar to the Cleano. They're going to be looking basically to do the same thing. To just basically it's one shot at your back line, or to just at least pump out a ton of damage into the back line for your team to
yeah,
clean up.
I was giving a lot of praise to the Cthulhu. I would have much more preferred to see him move to a solo laner either similar to that just provides a lot of team fight or a lot of space creation because he was very good at that last game, at least through what I saw. He created a lot of space on that Cthulhu. Granted, that god's the best at it in the game, but he was very good at doing that. So I would have loved to see him on that. Big gear change going to the Bastet. So,
Do we see
like,
again the sort of switch lanes here a little bit, but Zombie Crusher doing what he does, getting those beads out. He's really good at that. The game two, just blinking in and one relic for year two. I take that every day, getting the beads out onto the Atlas and the Agni that is, and so now they're sitting without beads. And meanwhile, who would wow, Strat picks himself up a solo kill. Looks like no, I'm sorry, he had a bit of help from his jungle, but they nonetheless a Ferryman pick up a kill, an early kill on the solo laner.
yeah, I not gonna lie, I missed that one. Must have been looking somewhere else because it happened so fast.
That's what you get when you put an assassin in a solo lane. Speaking of which, the Kali is dodging her way out of trouble. Doesn't manage to escape with her life, but that's what you get when you have assassins running the solo lane, right? Assassins just pump out so much damage. It's not really the typical solo lane that you're used to, where they're just kind of like staring at each other and clearing the wave and waiting for something to happen elsewhere. But now there's a lot of potential to kill each other.
Yeah, I agree with you. And right now, damage is the name of the game. Now, get back to me this time next week. We might be having a different conversation, but
Right, that
damage
patch. I don't
is.
even want to touch on that patch. We got too much on our hands right here.
But yeah, damage is nuts right now. So I can't blame anybody for picking an assassin in the jungle.
Fro looking. The purple might be getting punished for it. Kernabog looking to be aggressive, but Callie says no. We gotta back off. They're following your advice, right? We're not gonna get too aggressive here. We gotta farm to the late game where we excel.
Yeah, I think the longer this game goes, the better the rockhoppers are. Well, the better their team looks anyway.
Right,
Just just because of that Kali and Chernabog, they just scale so well.
right. Yeah. So with that being said, I think you touched on it earlier. You make a really good point. It's like they choosing not to be as aggressive as you might want to be if I don't know, you're just feeling a little too confident. But they understand. It's credit to the Rockhoppers for understanding what they want to do, and just basically just trying to get to that late game where not only their team shines but the players shine. Boomhead has really shined in those late game fights.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
Boomhead has been very impressive in the last game that I watched, and in this one too. You know, his patience. He understands the god he's playing, if that
Right,
makes sense.
right. I 100% agree.
That being said, on the Ferrymen, what do you think about this Ares so far? I said that was the pick to look for on this Ferryman team. Have you been impressed with it so far, or no?
I just not a lot to be taken from it so far. I mean, you had the blink on the mid, the pull two beads, but I mean, you don't have the dodge, you don't have the Willix to really to to um to take advantage of it like they did game two, game three. But as far as what we can expect later into the game, yeah, no, nothing's really happened with it so far. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Kernabog finds himself
I
in a sticky position, has to get his ult forced out to survive, and survive he will gladly do and lose his purple for it. But hey, you don't lose your life, so does it feel that bad?
I think that early play in the duo lane with the Ares and the X Ball, I think that was really good with him. I would love to see him push that aggressive aggression more on picking such a damage heavy support.
All right, yeah. Credit to that early game that he had with the was it to get two kills or he just got the one kill in the duel
All right,
really early?
Kali's in on Kalina here.
Yeah, oh my goodness,
Ooh,
Bastet. The Kalina game is coming out, picking up the Bastet. Callie in a little trouble here. Is going to get her ult off. Gilgamesh is here as well. Callie will get away with her life, but Atlas might not do the same. He's able to get away, and the rockhoppers are limping away after losing their solo, nearly losing two more on top of that. Oh, they do lose. They do lose, however. Mark found his way over there, I guess over to the solo where Strat picks himself up another kill and another tail for Strat just getting really far ahead and I touched on that last game. Oh, meanwhile, Craigerfro gets himself a solo kill in the Boomhead. But I wanted to touch on the Strat, the lead that Strat has, and I didn't feel like he had that big of an impact for the lead that he had last game. Uh, on the cleanup there that game as well. I didn't think that what he had done, what he had accomplished in laning phase, really translated into the mid to late game for his team. Certainly not as well as Boomhevs did. You would hope to see a difference in that this game.
yeah, it seems like that Strat is very, very comfortable in this Kalina and can easily get out ahead of his opponent. The only bad thing this go around for at least the rockhoppers is that Bastet likes to be ahead as well. You know, it's there. He's not playing Cthulhu or a team fight oriented god where it really doesn't matter if you're behind. He kind of wants to be ahead so he can jump in and just kind of kill somebody.
Understandable.
Um,
He no beads on the Aggie, so he does get pulled with the Aries, so the life is taken away from Mark again. Morgan Le Fay picking up the kill. Flamey Skull picking himself up a kill. Maybe a double kill into the Atlas. Meanwhile, the Kali finds her way over here, but gets crippled with the Aries, and now it's just kind of sitting duck. They do pick up the second kill. Credit to Zombie Crusher on picking up that kill. That is two kills again, going away the Ferryman. And I mean, at this point, if you're the Rockhoppers, I mean, you're
yeah,
surrendering a lot of farm, a lot of deaths. You're basically feeding slowly but surely feeding this Ferryman, and your late game is feels a lot further away than it should, right?
no, yeah, it's going to be hard to make it to the late game now. Aries putting in the work that I thought he was going to do that I was kind of harping on earlier, but he's putting in that work and kind of just making it happen.
Oh,
You know, he had a big ult there in the mid, and then followed up with the double kill against the rockhoppers. So
and then
it's
all in the
it's
process of us breaking all that down, the Ferryman decided to walk over to gold, And Boomhead finds himself in an awkward position because his team is nowhere near him, and he wants to defend gold, but step too far up, and it costs him his life. This
Yeah, the
mhm,
yeah the rockhoppers really need to find a way to stem the bleeding here. It's starting to run away from them.
right, this is we touched on it quite a bit already. This is not what they wanted, right? As far as the rockhoppers go, you're like wanting to get the late game, and in order to get the late game, you can't be giving up too many deaths this early. And the objectives going away. The ferrymen, they're running away with this lead, and it's slowly but surely. It's not like anything we've seen in this set so far, where it's like a slow and methodical lead being formed here. Most of these games it's been like one solid swing, and it goes in one direction or the other. This is a very different pace for the Ferrymen. I'm impressed to see them come out and push this lead, methodically, right? They're strategically pushing this lead.
Yeah, I agree. They're controlling the map very well. We can't count the rockhoppers out just yet, um, but they are losing a lot of neutral objectives. That's obviously never good. Um, but the later the game goes, the better they get. So we'll see if they can make a comeback here. But right now, they are definitely on the back foot.
Safe to say that the Ferrymen, that although they probably feel really good with the position they're in, they're probably on a timer, right? Like you got to think that as good as it feels to be this far ahead, it's not gonna always feel that good. The rockhoppers could easily fight their way back into this.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. They really need to work on pushing the
Oh,
lead.
and
Um,
meanwhile,
and
speaking of
boom,
crawling back in,
oh,
ADC's
he
trade for each
if
other.
he had just stayed in the wall a little bit longer, but that's too bad.
Unfortunately, they
Uh,
trade out lives, but they did get the beads out of the X ball. They could capitalize that if they want to try to shut down Kregafro. Uh, Maybe have the Bastet rotate out early. Try to shut Kregafro down a little bit with his 2 level lead. Um, But even then, I mean, this Bastet is already so far behind, and you got to think if they do try to shut down this Kregafro, like sending the Cali over. If they're unable to capitalize on that, then they're going to potentially lose on a form. But they are looking to shut down this Lena, who's going to do cleaner things, just get into a wall and be safe for the next couple of seconds and get away.
yeah, I don't know how Bastet's planning on getting back into this game and having an impact. To be honest with you, I'm not trying to be aggressive or rude here, but if you fall behind as Bastet, you're definitely fighting an uphill battle.
Right. Well, I mean, it was a strategy that I did not think would work, but it worked for them. I think it was game 3. Uh, They had Cthulhu. Granted, it was Cthulhu that game, but basically, Boomhead did it too on the Jingwei, where it was like, yeah, we're gonna lose the early game, but once you guys go and look for a main objective, if you're on the opposite side of the map, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be in the dual lane. Like you're gonna go do fire, cool. I'll be at your left hand Phoenix. You're gonna go do gold, cool. I'll be at your right hand Phoenix, and they'll climb their way slowly but surely. You don't want to count on that working, but it is it's something that they got away with already. And I think that if that's something that worked, you might want to try to go for it again this game. That's all you got, really. It's a huge lead
Yeah,
already. Oh, Littlebug has
I
gotten
wish
himself into
we.
some trouble. He kicked into a wall. Aegis is used. Atlas with the peel to save his life, and I think that was
Great feel.
a great peel from the
Great
Atlas to
feel.
save Boomhead's life.
Yes, I wish we could have saw Kregafro on the Cthulhu again, or maybe not such a dominant god, like like if not the Cthulhu, maybe somebody like Sobek or Xingqian, somebody that doesn't mind losing lane or being behind
Right.
as long as they can help their team out, because he done so well that last game, so well on that Cthulhu, helping
I
his team and just initiating fights and just being a tanky front line, just disrupting what the other team wanted to do.
Right. And going back to what I was talking about a moment ago, you have the Bastet is just like, hey, you guys are all grouped up as five. You take gold, you take tier two over there. Fine. I'm just gonna sit here and try my best to catch up. You're talking about crawling your way back into a game. Like, if there was ever a way to do it, this is the only way really that you could that I could think of personally. Just it's basically a rate strap, but you split push for an eternity. Try to fight your way back into the game. And to her credit, she is on par with the mid lane with everyone except for Strat. Strat is super fed right now.
I agree with that. As long as that Bastet can get in and just kind of at least not even kill but threaten to kill a mid laner or a carry, then she's kind of doing her job. So as long as Kragerfro can do that and disrupt the back line well enough, then he's doing his job. So
It's happening again. It's happening again. The Ferrymen are on fire. They're gonna secure this, and they will. But this Kernabog does not care. Meanwhile, Cyber does lose his life, and I'm telling you, it's happening under our noses. Boomhead is doing it again. He's gonna finesse the Ferryman, and I don't know if the lead is too big at this point. It certainly seemed like in Game Three, with how big that lead was, that the split pushing didn't matter really. Like that, it wasn't going to affect it, but it happened that game. It could happen again, and on this Kernabog in particular, if he wanted to just sit there and maybe rotate over, he's got the ultimate, but he chose not to do it that time. Give up the fire giant. It's a very early fire giant, so you're not losing. I don't know. I mean, losing fire, it never feels good. But I mean, if there was ever a time to sit here and split push, that was the time.
yeah, I don't think they had a dream of contesting that fire giant without losing their lives. So
Right.
split pushing there was probably the call. And you want to get the Chernabog with as many items and his upgraded relics. You want to get him to full power as fast as possible. Same thing with Kali, and it kind of looks like that is what they're doing, but they're sacrificing a lot to do it.
Right.
So
And I think that's why it worked so well in Game Three, was that the Ferrymen weren't capitalizing on having the numbers, having basically the rockhoppers a man down, um, because they're trying to crawl their way back into the game by just farming it out for as long as they can. But the Ferrymen seem to be correcting that mistake and seem to be wiping up all the objectives and pushing this lead as far as they could push it. Really, like there's nothing more that they could really do to make this lead bigger, other than to just I don't know, run at them, maybe take a couple lives, but you're taking a big risk by doing something like that.
yeah, and another reason I touched on, or well, I said Ares was the character to watch on the red team is because the later the game goes, the worse Ares gets. He can only get
Right,
so tanky. Yeah, he has his ult and he has his chains, but he's gonna get blown up very, very fast because he either runs at people or blinks in. So that was why I said he's the one to watch on the red team, because if he can make it happen very, very early, then the game's over. But
right.
the game's going longer and longer, and it looks like the rockhoppers might even have a chance to get back in here if they can put up a good defense.
Right, and that's all it takes was one good Phoenix that fits. That's what it took for Game Three, a good Phoenix that fits, and looks like the Ferrymen are going to posture away from the Phoenix and not push too far forward quite yet. But if I'm the Ferryman, I'm thinking, credit to your point in the Ares, like, the later the game goes, the worse position he's in, because he will get blown up by this Cali, by this Kernabog, and it's they're on a timer. I mean, right? Because like you said, the longer this game goes, the better it is for the Rockhoppers. Even though that lead is really big, like you got to capitalize on it. At some point, you've got to use that lead and 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 shove it down somewhere. Make a play. Well, the beads are forced out in Agni. See, this is a window of opportunity with only Fury going down. Agni no beads. Like you, at some point, you've got to get aggressive. At some point, you have to take this lead and say, all right, we're bigger than you. We're going to win this game.
Yeah, and if we watch Cyber, he's farming. He's continued to farm. I haven't seen him really get aggressive in any fight. Maybe a few he'll jump in and throw some stuns and his two, but he hasn't really committed yet. I haven't seen that once. So he's definitely planning on playing for the long haul. So
Okay.
we'll see. I mean, we'll see here because we're getting into the long haul, 20 minutes in.
Right. Yeah, we have certainly reached that point where it's not an even game. The gold lead is heavily favoring the Ferrymen. What is that? I can't. The numbers are kind of blurry. I want to say that 7K. I can't see very well. Can you correct me? Maybe is that 12K? I'm not sure. I can't see the numbers very well. But either way, it's a big gold lead, and but the levels are pretty evened out now, and so the split pushing strategy is coming out again. They don't care that they're at fire. We're gonna take your Phoenix and stall this game out even more.
Yeah,
No
and
one is packing.
sometimes split pushing is a great strategy.
We're
Like here,
just
they just dropped the
we're
Phoenix.
just playing great. That's all that's happening. And meanwhile, Agni is managing to survive this whole time. They do get the kill. No, meanwhile, Cyber picks up a kill Cyber picks up a kill onto the Gilgamesh and 1-for-1 trade. Fire is still sitting there. Phoenix is without
Yeah,
it.
that was what I was about to say is
They didn't even capitalize on that. They did nothing but
fire
fire.
didn't even drop.
Right.
So
It's like you lost your Phoenix. You got a 1-for-1 trade, and Fire Giant is just sitting there. Like the rockhoppers are doing it again. My mind is blown. Fire Giant.
and now they're in a great spot to defend the fire. I
Yes,
mean,
they are.
they're gonna have fire minions pushing left, and
Callie looked for the blink and
somebody's
then
gonna
tried to
have to
get
go
the
back
play.
and somebody on the ferrymen are gonna have to go back and defend the fire minions eventually. So
Like they
if
opted
the
the same
rockhoppers just
strat.
play it patient, then they should have a good fire giant fight here.
If we could go back to those charts, it's happening again right before our very eyes. They are slowly but surely climbing into this game. The Ferrymen, I'm starting to think that the Ferrymen have the window is closing on the lead that they worked so
Sure.
hard to build that it might not be relevant anymore. Like the gold, I mean, you're looking at the Rockhoppers builds. They're all almost all of them are an item behind, but the we're basically really close to full builds on everyone now, and so that lead has definitely not doesn't have that big of an impact as it did 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, golden XP lead can only get you so far in the game, and the further the game goes, the closer that gap closes.
It looks like the Ferrymen are looking to be aggressive now as Boomham picks up
Oh
Zombie
Lord.
Crusher. This is what they were looking for. It's happening again. I cannot believe this. They're gonna march
Get your
into the
broom
fire
out.
giant.
Get the
The
broom.
broom is here. The broom is here. They are stepping up on the fire giant. Oh my goodness. The Ferrymen have taken a page out of the book. Someone is on their left hand Phoenix. Meanwhile, Fire Giant is at a barely ending HP. Boomhead picks up a kill on the Flaming
Oh,
Skull. That is
yeah.
2 kills down, and they secure Fire Giant. Atlas
Look,
pick up on the triple kill coming out. Oh my goodness, it's happening. I can't.
uh,
Oh my goodness, they did it.
they let it go too far. The ferrymen let the game go too long.
I can't. They're gonna that's game, right? They just walk down and end the game now?
Not 100%. We'll see. It's gonna be close though.
There's no,
Yeah, I'm gonna call it.
The
You
Rockhoppers
got
are marching into the Titan half HP. That's it. Game
rockhoppers
5.
have
The
done
Rockhoppers
it,
have
man.
done
Oh
it.
my
They
lord,
have
get the
completed
broom,
their sweep.
broom.
Unbelievable fashion. That is your season 5 Deep Sea Finals wrapped up.
The undefeated ferrymen get reverse swept. That's
Dropped
crazy.
3 games in a row. to the Rockhoppers, down 11-1, down almost 12K gold, and they say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They take this game. They take this series. That is your season 5 Miners Division champions, the Rockhoppers. What a hard fought set. And
That's
oh man,
crazy. The rockhoppers put them on a timer, and the ferrymen let the timers run out. They let the timer run out. That's what happened.
we kept touching on it. It's like if you're the ferryman and you have that lead, you've got to capitalize on it. You've got to make something happen somewhere. And they allowed the Rockhoppers to fight back into it. And a lot of credit to the Rockhoppers for staying in it mentally, being able to stick around and hang around with the team that this division has seen this season. And they did not nothing they threw at them mattered. They threw everything at them but the kitchen sink, and the Rockhoppers took it like a champ, and they are the champs.
Yeah, great game for the rockhoppers. Good set. Congratulations on your win. Um, for the ferrymen, I was very high on that Aries pick, man. That Aries pick was very good into their comp. Um, but it, like I said, it was on a timer, and the timer ran out, and
My
the rockhoppers just took over after a while.
my mind is blown. I think we're gonna have to send it to a break, and we're gonna come back, I believe, with an interview of the MVP to be determined. But I think we all know who that's gonna be. Um, uh, I'm gonna pull this broom back out. I don't think my cam's on, but when it does come back on, I gotta put the broom on. We in intermission. Oh, Welcome back to the stream. The finals have wrapped up. I've got most of the roster, actually, the entire roster of the rockhoppers here. Listen, what you guys just pulled off was impressive. I mean, we're talking reverse sweep of the ages. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I personally want to give my MVP to Boomhev, and I know that's my vote isn't final. But with that being said, my first question is to Boomhev. Walk me through the mentality that you have that you guys had coming down from 2-0, starting with game 3, right? Like, how are you feeling walking into that?
Boom, the question was yours.
Yes, we're kind of just joking, saying 3 more games.
Oh, it was a sarcastic comment, huh?
Uh-huh.
It just continued on. All right, 2 more games. 2 more games.
Yeah, it kept going until the last game.
Oh God!
More
At
games.
And then
first,
we trolled that last
That's
game
it.
really hard.
yeah, we did. We really did. But we won nonetheless.
We won it somehow.
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 Yeah, I really don't know
somehow.
how.
Speaking of somehow, I just want to ask another question. Somehow the team with a jungle that managed to do negative damage. Cyber, tell me, how much credit do you think you deserve for the win today?
All right. So what you guys don't know, right behind the scenes, I'm the hype man for my team, man.
Yeah, fair.
When they're down bad, thinking the set is over, guess who's there picking them up? Guess who? Me. Easy, man.
Right.
Yeah. Facts.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for the mental fortitude, and if you're a big part of that, then you got to give you
Yeah,
credit for
man.
that.
Also, one more thing. I don't do a lot of damage, but I do impactful damage, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Right. Love that comment. Impactful damage. Impact. I love that comment.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get one more question in, and then if you want to ask something, um, you may do so. I wanted to ask Mark. Um, the Agni on Flaming Skull, he had 2 games. I believe it was game 2 and game 3, and even though they dropped game 3, the Agni was really good for them. Was taking the Agni away something that it was more of like you wanted to have the Agni, or was it to take it away from them?
Well, personally, for me, Agni's a comfort pick, so I'm always like ready to play him. But when I saw him playing Agni game 2, I think he did some massive damage, and it was like just free casting in the back. So game 3, I just picked Raw. I don't know why, but I think I'm just a one trick Raw. But game 4, I went back to the Agni, and I just pop off. And shout out to my teammate, actually. Like, I have a lot of peel, a lot of setup. I didn't do that by myself, so I think it was a little bit of a both to just take him off from the Agni and also pick it up, and also put him on like maybe a less comfortable god than the Agni. So he's a really good mid laner, but I had to show him like what's a real Agni player is.
Oh God!
Oh my god,
Well,
don't do it to him, Mark.
shots taken.
Oh my
No doubt, though,
gosh.
the Agni had a huge impact the entire set for both teams. That's all the questions I got. Anyone else have a question in here? Oh, true. Yeah, right. So, my man, Gingy, absolute menace to the red buff. I just, what are you thinking, man? Like, you just trying to be a thorn in their side?
Truthfully, 100%. Just trying to annoy them in any way possible. The fact that I got away with it as many times as I did was a blessing.
Oh, right. Yeah. We were just sitting, just watching that and thinking, like, why does he keep getting away with this? This should be illegal. I mean, it's literally highway robbery. There's something wrong with that. With that being said, I've got no more questions. I wanna take a moment and sweep if you guys don't mind. Is that cool with you?
Bust it out.
All right.
Sure.
If anyone else has a question, I'll just be back here sweeping away.
No, I don't have any questions at all. He hit the nail on the head. Actually, every question I was considering asking, he got them all.
Actually, sweet. Damn, that's tough. Tough to be the other team, man.
Oh,
Tough to be the
you
other
know
team.
what? Actually, I do have one question for you guys. So, coming in against a completely undefeated team, were you guys intimidated at all?
Wait, this is the question. We were like
Bro.
probably the most underrated team, I think, in the league, and we know like we're able to win against any team in this league, and we just show up tonight that we can do it like anytime, any moment. Even if we're like down 2, we just can come back and play some like Jingwei, and they force the other team to ban Jingwei. So yeah, we're not intimidated at all. Like we were ready to take any fight, any game, any players. Like we're that type of team. We just ready every night, and we just show off.
Yeah, what he said.
Hell yeah, man.
I gotta
Yeah,
say,
Mr.
earlier in the
Mr.
season,
Free
we did
Agent.
scrim that team, and it did not go well for us at all.
Yeah,
But after playing those scrims, I knew in the back of my head that if we made the right
Adjustments.
roster changes, adjustments, as you would say, I knew we'd had a chance against them, and the mental fortitude led to where we are now.
Oh God.
So,
17, man. 7th best team in the league. Just won. Easy clubs.
so game 4, I was really gassing up the Cthulhu pick, and
Let's
you
go.
performed really well on it, and then you absolutely switched gears to a completely different pick in the Bastet, and
So
I wasn't gassing it up. What was the
that's
what was the
all right.
mindset behind
So
that?
it's kind of a complicated like up and down. So game 3, my mental was shot. I was
Shattered.
tired. My mental was in shambles. It did not
Wanted out.
exist.
That's
And
when
I
Cyber
wanted out
comes.
so bad. And Cyber said, I locked Gilgamesh. And Cyber said, all right, we're winning this game. They locked me Cthulhu. It worked game 3. I was like, fuck it. Mental's back. We're locking it game 4. It worked game 4. And then they let Bastet through. And Kalina just gets a free lane, man. I didn't really get to fight in solo lane with the Bastet because Kalina just kind of ults wave and walks into the jungle.
Right,
So
and if you
I really just decided that I was gonna go help Boom on his fucking adventure to split push the map. Because I mean
we saw that.
I had as much structure damage as player damage, so I was there to be the ADC that game too, man.
He beat me in structure damage. No way.
I think our number one comm that set was he or she is coming, and then it was just different variations of come.
Okay,
And I
all
think that
right.
really
The-
helped save us.
The tweet is the word come, COME.
Right.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course, of course.
Of course.
We were shocked that they didn't take the fire giant while you guys were pushing down the left Phoenix. Why? Why didn't they do that?
We gotta give some shout outs to Cyber for that one though.
They were
man.
in shambles, man. They were in shambles. That's the best way
Oh,
to put
you.
it.
We
Do
were
you,
I
do you
was
think
willing to
that
die for that bird, man.
do you
And
think that
Cyber
being
got a
tilted?
trade.
Do you think that being tilted played a little bit of a factor on that? Because like Stokey mentioned, like we're sitting there thinking, all right, Boom's over there on Phoenix, and I think Cyber was with them. Like surely they're just gonna pick up Flyer and try to do something with it. You think that they were just like a little bit tilted that it was happening? Like
Yeah.
and
Yeah, of course.
100%.
Their
Yeah,
mentals, their
that was like
mentals
the
were
fifth game in a
gone.
row. That was the fifth game in a row. I
Their
brought
mentals
someone
were
over
gone
to
at
that
that
duo
point.
Phoenix.
And it's a
Those
team that
are-
never lost before too, so I think like they never play under that type of pressure or like that type of like situation. So we were ready because we already lost some games, so we knew how to play. We knew like Cyber will put our mental back, but I think they were just down mentally and try to make some play that didn't really work.
Yeah, that
Well
whole
said.
set, they didn't really. We figured it out late, unfortunately, but it ended up working. But they didn't want to do objectives. They wanted to play it slow and go where one person was aiming at. And once we figured that out, we were like, all right, we got to stop playing around objectives and just play around the team. And in the long run, it paid out.
We were saying for y'all's last game on the cast, we were saying that you guys were really favored late game. Did you feel that way as the game went on?
I wouldn't say favored, but we knew that there was a timer and that once we got to a point, it didn't matter the gold lead or towers or anything. It mattered who was going to win the fight.
When it's 0-10 and you're down 10k at 20 minutes, and all I gotta say is just wait till the Kali gets online for 20 minutes straight. Man, that's the only calm you need. Is just wait till Cyber gets online.
Patience is key. Patience is truly a virtue. Yeah.
That's what we were saying on cast. Is we were saying that it looks like they were down, but they do have a Kali and Chernobog, which only gets stronger as the game goes on. So did that like make y'all's confidence grow as the last game continued on?
I don't know if it made it grow per se, but I think we all just kind of knew if we got there, we were going to be okay. We had a
Gotcha.
chance.
Right.
Well, a chance you did have.
I do want to say, I got a lot of shit for Draft and Boom first overall.
Didn't draft me.
Drive.
And
And
here
like,
he is, MVP
look at
of
the man,
VC
MVP.
finals.
You know, it's just you just need a little bit of boom magic in your sets, man.
Got MVP.
When it pops off, it wins
Boom
games. When it
VP.
doesn't pop off, he tries to lock Bakasura.
Those
Yeah,
were
we
some
saw
Bakasura flashed quite a bit.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
were some fun moments there. Yeah, fellas, listen, we gotta wrap this cast up. This is going on a lot longer than we anticipated, but do what it's to congratulate you guys on a hard fought season that you guys ended up deep sea division. Congratulations to you guys. And I'm gonna wrap this up. I guess I think that's gonna be all for us here at the
Yeah, man.
Quack and Smite League. Good night, everyone.
Shout out to Tux.
Congratulations,
Oh, yeah,
friends.
shout out to Tux.
Thank you,
Shout out
thank
to
you.
Tux. He didn't believe in us at all. Shout out to Tux.
He didn't believe.